Alright, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. So, obviously, by the stream title, we're going to be completing the challenge run, but also there's something else I'd like to note. I'm going to be occasionally tabbing out of the game to check in on something. I installed a second fan in my computer today, and I want to make sure that, I want to see how well my computer does, whether it overheats or not. And so far, it seems to be fine, but, I've been running Roads online for around 10 minutes on full power, and everything seems to be good, but... Anyways. Oh god, right, live split timer. I have to... Hold on. So I've just been running my laggiest world just to try and make sure that everything's going good. So, we'll get to the stream world in a moment. Just been doing this for a test. Cryptic, you haven't missed anything. We just started the stream today. Cat cam. Unfortunately, that cat camera, it fell last night. It dropped. And I've had to tape it back up again, but... No, hi, Katie. How you doing? Please do not come down here and drink my water again. We just started stream. Hey. She's just leaning out over my desk right now. Menacingly. The cat seems obsessed with the idea of drinking my water. I don't know why. But every time she wanders over here and she just sees the cup and she's like, well, I have to lick it now. Her name is Durian. Also, you know, hold on, 1 second. Hi, Kate. There we go. That's a little better. Hey. So, I guess let's just get right into it, eh? Bonk. Okay, good. Okay, good. I was afraid the game was just gonna stay frozen. We were gonna start stream very strong with the game refusing to load. Alright, I'm going to set the time to noon. Headlight on. We have... what do we have to do today? Well, we have to get this started, I guess. We should probably just begin by moving the train. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Oh gosh, dang it. Is my live split setup not working? Hold on. I see Durian is leaving. Durian has decided to drop for some reason. live split is fixed. Let's begin. Always having issues. Of course we're always having issues. It's not an authentic stir stream if there's not some problems we have. The good news is, she doesn't get in the way of the monitor anymore because I got a new monitor between streams. As I mentioned on the last one, and as I think I mentioned in the highlight reel, I got myself a 1440p monitor to play the game on. Alongside that fan that I mentioned. So we're kind of having, a bunch of random tests to make sure the stream's working. So if anything looks weird, if anything's working weird, let me know. It won't be an authentic stir stream until someone mentions the Uinta. There we go. There's a mandatory Uinta complaint. Also, Durian is chewing on a graham cracker wrapper. I guess that's better than her drinking my water. No, no. No. As soon as I say it. As soon as I say it, she just dives in. Nope. Nope. She stepped on my keyboard. Alright, let me move my OBS over. So, between streams, I noticed a problem. And if you watched the video from yesterday, the highlight reel, you might have noticed the problem too. Now, I mentioned that I messed up. Like, I caught it on stream. I done goofed. Also, I just done goofed again. I forgot to turn back on the daylight cycle. I mentioned that I accidentally delivered 2 cars of beams to the coal mine when I only needed to deliver 1, and the other was supposed to be for the oil field. I've taken some time, I've done the math. That's actually okay. That's acceptable. I can fix this later on. But I made another big mistake, which I can fortunately partially fix later on. But I also have to do something crazy to fix the other half of the problem, and that is, we were supposed to bring some steel pipes with us down here to the sawmill, so that we could deliver them to the oil refinery. We didn't do that. It completely skipped my mind. And this is kind of important because we really need the extra money so that we can buy the tank car and box car so that we can get into the endgame stuff. And we're just down $150. So to fix this, I do have a solution. And it's not something I had really considered doing originally, but I think we can still complete the challenge. And the way we're going to do it, I guess I should mention, we're going to run logs. A lot of logs. Because the log pond has been perpetually empty, but we could, like, go up to the log camp and come down and go up and come down a bunch of times and sell it a lot, you know? But if you know the rules, I have to bring 2 load or car types with me. And while I could just bring like an extra cordwood car and the log car up and down the hill repeatedly and do literally nothing else, I feel like that's kind of cheaty and boring. So in order to make extra money, instead, I'm going to only take 1 cordwood car up at a time, and I'm going to load each one individually. Now this is going to make things a little bit slower, but overall I think it means that we're going to be able to salvage the run. Because that money that we lost from not doing the steel pipes, 1, it's very important. 2, it actually isn't even enough money in the first place. So here's hoping that this is gonna fix the issue. Durian, I cannot read chat. Durian, that's my second monitor. Can you not put here? Up here is okay, okay? This is acceptable, you cat. Hello, Naval. Welcome to the stream. Oh wait, right, I need to take off the caboose. That was the entire point of what I'm doing here. Now, there is an alternative way that we could make the money we need. And that is by running beams, just a bunch of beams, over to the, there's a little log, or a firewood depot over here. And so if we ran a bunch of beams, we could get some easy money that way. But I personally feel like that's a little too cheatsy, because this isn't like an industry that's built into the map. This is just an industry that you can place or replace. It feels kind of unfair to use. How's my day going? It's okay. Got a little bit riled up earlier today before the stream, unfortunately, about a frustrating situation, but aside from that, it's been good. We rode behind the Polson Logging Company number 2 again yesterday. No videos, but I did bring a fun story from riding behind the Polson number 2. One I wasn't expecting to randomly get, but I'm going to have to tell it on stream at some point. Howdy, Johnny. Welcome to the stream. I hope, by the way, that the stream quality is good, again, because, since I have the higher resolution monitor, I don't know if it's going to mess with things. I upped the bitrate. I tried to put it into YouTube's recommended, like, bitrate range that they suggest you do. So if the stream looks a little bad, let me know. I don't expect it will, but I want to be safe. I want to be careful, you know. New computer parts are always important to make sure that everything's good. Have you missed anything? Not really. We just started the stream, like 20 minutes ago. Durian tried to drink my water. At this point, you know how I had a derail counter on the last stream highlights? I feel like for this stream, I'm gonna need a times the cat tried to drink my water counter. Seems fine, my monitors are bad anyways. Bad is in like 720p or bad is in like 1080p? 1080p. 1080p isn't that bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty respectable. Looks fine to me except for the buffering. Oh boy. Slowly overkill. Average. I mean, on the last stream, somebody mentioned that they had only a 720p monitor, and that they felt intimidated by the fact I was getting a 1440p one. Speaking of hydration, this is a good time to check and make sure that everybody has had water recently. Hope everybody's Mother's Day is going well. It's going very well. My mother has not visited, and I'm very thankful. I kind of forgot it's Mother's Day, but oh nice, I managed to catch the stream. Any update on the progress? So far, not really. I mean, we just started stream 20 minutes ago, so we haven't really had the time to do much. Right now we're just shuffling around some cars before we're going to go to the logging camp today. Multiple times. I mean, we kind of already have to, but I guess the big thing that anybody missed is, I have messed up a second time. So, in the video, on the stream highlights video from yesterday, I highlighted the fact that I messed up with the coal mine. It turns out the coal mine screw-up is actually acceptable, but in the process, I missed something else. I was supposed to bring pipes to the oil refinery, and I just completely forgot to. So it's a small problem. Because of that issue, I actually don't have enough money to buy the equipment I need, and I am not on schedule to repay my loan. Which, you know, is kind of important. It's literally the entire reason we're doing this challenge. Really enjoyed watching the highlights vid from yesterday. Glad to hear. That was a very, very hard video to make, and I'm glad people are enjoying it. Editing down 7 hours of footage? Jesus. But I am glad that you enjoyed it. Well, starting off stream strong, we're idiots. Any bets on what'll cause Stir to derail today? It's called me not checking where my switches are aligned. Oh, gosh. Well, better to derail in a yard at a slow speed than on the main line at a high speed. What the heck? Okay, I guess. I don't know what just happened there, but, something did. First order of business is to fix the last stream's mistakes. First order of business is to fix this stream's mistakes, apparently. Why? What is this car trying to do? He's dancing. He's vibing and okay, I guess. It's not a bug, it's a feature. That's right, Railroads Online includes magical dancing freight cars. It's the new unload feature. Works like a coal tipper. I mean, yeah, that could be the case. Could you imagine if we actually had like a coal tipper? You get to the ironworks, and instead of unloading the car by hitting whatever button you have keybound for unloading the car, you have to go over to a big machine and manually operate it. I have a slight feeling that because I'm trying to stream in 2K resolution, the stream quality might have gotten borked. Or like the bit rate. Not the bit rate, the latency. I'm not entirely sure, but if so, that's a little bit annoying. I might be able to fix it by downscaling to 1080p, but the car would just get yeeted into oblivion if it got stuck in one of those. I don't think it even, like, It doesn't need to get stuck to get yeeted to oblivion in one of those rotary dump things. It's going to yeet itself. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care. Nope, we're out of fire. Oh, what happened with the locomotive in a coal tipple? I'm just envisioning a situation where you tip over a coal tender and it immediately, it just dumps out all the coal. Your engine has no more coal to fire up with. John Raritan counter goes up by 1. Have you guys seen that bug where if a player falls out of the world while in a locomotive? I mean, this is such a weird bug to find, but it's a good question. If the player falls out of a locomotive, or falls out... No, what? If a locomotive falls out of the world while a player's in it, the player just, the model sticks around, it just stays there, like the player model, and the locomotive UI gets put on the player, permanently. You can get it off, but it's like very hard to do. I don't know why, but I'm imagining a Top Gear style challenge or car review, both engines and railroads online. That could be fun. This is just reminding me of the bad news meme, where I don't remember what car he's talking about. But one of them eventually goes, "Oh no!" Anyway, oh god, please don't derail Caboose. Thank you, Caboose, for not derailing. The Dacio Sendero, it's delayed! Oh no! Anyways. The main bugs I see are rainbow textures, but I've improved my saves folder, which I think has helped make it occur less. Another thing you can do is do spline cleanup. Sometimes players try to put splines everywhere, you know? And make really short splines and a bunch of them when you could have like one really long spline instead. If you do the long splines, you're actually better off, because the pieces of track, the more that the game has to load, the longer it takes to load the map, and it also decreases the frame rate because you're constantly trying to load them. Same with pieces of equipment, and this is why the Steel Pegasus rule set came into being. Um, in part because of unit trains, but also in part just because it makes the world less laggy. Also, client-side render distance, which is still kind of poor, and I hope the developers are working on that, and I hope the Steam poll had people vote for that a lot, because it would be nice to see a train longer than like 12 cars. Devs should add alcohol, maybe make it smell like Kenosha. How would you make a game smell like Kenosha, though? The Sniffovision? Are we gonna have one of those wacky gadgets from like a 1993's newspaper cartoon? If they added alcohol, that would explain the random derailments. Yeah, you should not let the trains drink. If there's any good way to do alcohol, I like Deep Rock Galactic's way of doing it. It makes you lose control of your character occasionally. Like, the game just randomly chooses a direction for your character to walk, and it walks that direction. It doesn't matter what action you're doing right now, the game is also going to be walking in the direction that it just wants you to. And on top of that, you get like 4 copies of the of your vision overlaid on one another, and 3 of them are moving around. Actually, I think 4 of them are moving around. I'm just picturing the nausea effect from Minecraft, but with Railroads Online now. The nausea effect is okay, but this other one's better. Have a place to put your nose in, which will be plugged into your monitor. God, that sounds so uncomfortable, though. Alright, you know what? Let's tell that story I was thinking about telling from earlier, you know? The one that happened on the train ride yesterday. So, you guys know about the Polson Logging Company #2, right? At least vaguely. Maybe you've seen that History in the Dark video that's actually really helpful. It's missing like a few minor details, but I can't complain because it hits basically like everything else on the dot. But cute little logging engine, standard gauge, here in Portland, Oregon, at least for now. Also, one bug I've seen are the snowy mountains looking like hundreds of spikes. Like, it looks like the gates of hell are opening. Ah, the stubby logging Mikado. Yes, exactly. I love it. It's such a cute locomotive. But as we all know, or at least I guess maybe I need to explain it. The Polson Logging Company #2 has had many homes, I believe in total, both in preservation and in service. She's had 9 different homes. It's kind of insane how much she moves around. So I was on the train ride with an online friend who had come to town, and I was telling this story to my friend, the story of how it changed hands so many times and the weird lawsuit that happened. and all that jazz. And I brought up the fact that she was on the Cadillac and Lake Michigan, which isn't... I didn't remember the railroad name. How I brought it up was she was brought to some Michigan railroad that was also running that steam engine that blew up in Gettysburg. But that was enough information. My dad was like partially listening into the conversation. That was enough information for him to remember something. This was not the first time he'd seen Polson Logging Company number 2. The first time he saw it was back in the 1960s or 70s. He had gotten off work from a bakery, and he heard a distinctive whistle of a steam engine. He'd never seen one or heard one in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is where he lived, you know. Not once, and he basically lived there most of his life. And so, of course, he's not going to miss an opportunity like this. He goes off, he sees it, and guess what engine he sees? Number 2. Not Polson number 2 at the time. It was labeled for the Cadillac in Lake City, but he saw number 2. That was the first steam engine he ever saw in his hometown, and he was very, very happy to see it, you know. He was happy to get those sorts of pictures, and so when he found out on the train that this was the same engine that he had randomly found, because, you know, there's only so many steam locomotives that were running at the Cadillac in Lake City. There was the 040, there was the Gettysburg, and there was this one, and he knew it was the third option. He didn't know what the third option was, but when he realized, you should have seen the smile on his face. Grin from ear to ear. It was a beautiful moment. Howdy, Pirate Pilot. Welcome to the stream. I need to get the picture, but my father actually has a postcard of Polson Logging Company number 2 painted up in the, or lettered with the Cadillac and Lake City, or whatever it is. I don't remember the name of the railroad. But he showed me a postcard that he actually has lying around. Just of this old, faint memory of his. And it's always really sweet to get those sorts of stories out of him, you know. He's in his 70s. He's a really old guy. Cadillac and Lake City Railway is the correct running name. Perfect. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not screwing that up. I'm a play railroads online while listening to you play railroads online. That is one of the best ways to play railroads online, honestly. Before I became a YouTuber, I used to do that or like, before I really doubled down and started doing YouTube as much as I'm doing, I used to put Heiss's videos on in the background, or other YouTubers who were playing railroads online. And I just listen to them chat. But now that I've become a Railroads Online YouTuber, it's kind of hard to do, just because I know that if I would do it too much, I would, like, burn out emotionally, mentally. And I'd get really sick and tired of the game too quickly. And so, unfortunately, when somebody's like, have you seen Heiss's latest video? No, I haven't. I know it's probably good. It's a Heiss video. He does good stuff. But I just... Don't have the energy to do it. Just had a look at the wiki page. Cute little chonker. Yeah! It's an adorable little locomotive. And she has a sister now. Or, well, kind of. The locomotive that she's working with, or will be working with, eventually, is the Santa Maria 205. Which is another locomotive that looks very similar, except it's got less wheels, but... It's a very beautiful pair of locomotives. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Gotta go for a bit. Back hopefully before the end of the stream. Alright, have a good one, man. If you do come back, hopefully we'll be on track to completing this challenge. Honestly, considering last stream, I doubt we will be, but I'm hopeful. I'm praying. Was that pun intended? What pun? I don't know what pun it is, so I guess it wasn't intended. What do I think about Eureka and Palisade number 4? Is that just the Eureka? Or is it something else? Because I only know the Eureka off the top of my head. I'm not quite as much of a narrow gauge enthusiast as I am a standard gauge one. Speaking of which, when we got out to see the 4449 yesterday, I didn't see the tender boosters that we were talking about the other day. And, but my father did, and my friend did, and they pointed it out to me. And, yeah, that's really cool. It wasn't like a piston on the side of the tender, though. It was like a little generator. It's really weird. Yes, it's the Eureka. I love the Eureka. Beautiful engine. It's not one of my favorites, but it's very pretty, very cute. Very classy. I should really look into U.S. Railways because they sound really intriguing. U.S. Railways can be a fun rabbit hole to look into. For the Polson number 2, again, there's this one really good video out there by History in the Dark. Another train-based channel. Would recommend. Very informative. That's a good one to put in the background for me, but because it's not railroads on the line, it's just general railroads knowledge, and so I'm usually learning something. So 10 out of 10 would recommend History in the Dark if you have the time. Also, British Rail. That is all. What do I think of the narrow gauge outside frame 280s? Let me think. Oh, right. Those ones. The ones that were on the railroad. Brain not working. Those are so funky looking. I love them. There's this one model railroad nearby that has like an entire fleet of outside frame 280s. Like we're not talking Ruby Basins here. We're talking like the ones on the DNRG or whatever it was. I don't remember. Rio Grande Southern. I think it's Rio Grande Southern for the layout. It's an F scale, which is a scale that some of you might not know. And it's floor to ceiling modeling in a small barn. The building's big enough that it needs its own bathroom. Personally, I think the Eureka is better looking than the SP Daylight. Some rail fans might hunt me down because of this opinion. It's an opinion. Personally, I disagree, but That might also be because I'm biased towards the 4449, you know. But opinions are subjective. It's for each and every one of us is allowed to have our own opinions on subjects. I actually regularly see an outside frame 280, that being United States Potash 3. I don't actually know that engine off the top of my head. I mean, of course I don't. I don't know many engines, but I don't know the United States Potash Railway. Is that like... Oh, Potash. I was looking at it thinking, like, this is a potato-based company. No. No. I was gonna be like, why do they need potatoes? In regards to SB 4449, what's your thoughts on her sister, 4460? It feels wrong to see a Golden State class locomotive without the Mars light on it. Aside from that, though, pretty engine. I like it. I don't know why it feels wrong. It just does. But isn't she painted in all black right now? It's cool, but it's just not quite as exciting, you know? Here's a fun fact: if you like 4449, there's a really good chance that 5021 would have gotten restored instead of 4449. Preserved, you mean? That's interesting. I never knew that. But the story of 4449's restoration is kind of interesting. And a little bit depressing. Because... as in restored to running condition... 5021. Is 5021 another daylight locomotive, or is it's something else? Welcome back, Cryptic. Welcome. Welcome. $5021 is a massive SP-2 class 4102. Interesting. Interesting. That would have been really fascinating to see on the American Freedom Train. But for the 4449, you know, there was a dude who was constantly making sure that the roller bearings were oiled for several years until it could get restored. And unfortunately, he passed away before the 4449, before she was picked for the American Freedom Train. But because he had done so much work making sure that everything was at least well maintained, even if some of it was broken and people had been stealing parts to sell for years, still pretty cool, you know? I'm playing Railroads Online, got it working. I'm not playing on the beta version anymore because my computer kept crashing every time I tried running it on the beta version. Yeah, a lot of people, especially those who are on like laptops and whatnot, I've heard, have not been able to run the beta version, like, at all. And I'm out here with an RTX 2060, 64 gigabytes of RAM. And speaking of which, it's been 45 minutes. Let me check something. Ooh. So as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I installed a new PC fan on my computer. And it's actually helping. The computer is currently running cooler than it was before. Hello again, and now pet the cat for me. That looks like it's so close that, yeah, we're gonna clip into the car, but it also looks like we're not going to do anything. I stand corrected. Well, we didn't derail anything, we just pulled the cars a little bit. Ooh, that was scary. '5021 had actually ran before it was considered for the Freedom Train. Is cordwood good for grinding? It depends on what kind of a grind you're trying to do. If you're just trying to make really, really easy money and you don't care how you do it, logs are better because, like, between logs and cordwood, they're the same money, but you get logs earlier in the game. And you can still do that silly firewood depot trick with them. What about lumber? I think the best money maker at the very early game is beams. Because for one car of logs, you get 6 beams and 6 lumber. If you let the lumber fill up, you get 12 beams instead. And so for one car of logs that you bring to the sawmill, you get 4 cars, each worth $72, that you can bring to the freight depot. Now, the best way to grind early money, though, isn't actually that. It's gotta be running raw, or iron ore. Because iron ore, I believe, is either $200 or $250 a car. And it takes 4 cars, 2 of lumber, 2 of beams, to load 3 hoppers. So if you're looking to make mad cash without cheesing the game and cheating the system with some glitches or something, that's my personal recommendation. Cordwood, however, there is a reason to consider cordwood, and that is because cordwood gets you to a lot of... It's very important at the smelter. You need a lot of cordwood to operate the smelter and get output there. So, anyone here ever heard of the movie A Ticket to Tomahawk before? No from me. Never heard of it. What train-based movies have I seen? There was this Disney movie about the general. Home on the Range, I remember, had a train scene in it, and I really enjoyed that one. I don't think it was a train-based movie, because it was mostly about, like, a singing dude and some cows or something, but... It had trains. I guess that counts. I think I've said it before, but Emperor of the North is a good one. Yes, that is on the watch list. I need to watch it someday. Then again, my watch list is like 30 pages long. I have a small YouTube channel and record as much as I can. Can stream right now as I have a gaming laptop with a 1070 graphics card. 1070 is not too bad, I believe. I don't think it's amazing, but... maybe I'll look up and see how good the 1070 is after we get this trip on the road. So that way, I'm not distracted in driving the train. You know, I'm gonna annoy somebody. Mismatched. Haha. The front two are normal, but this one isn't. I've got a 1060 and used to be able to stream okay. Yeah, like, I need to learn a thing or two more about graphics card, but... I have a 970 and a 2060. I haven't tried plugging in the 970 at the same time as the 2060, and the 970 is a little bit dinged up and broken, but... Oh god, we're an hour into the stream already. I haven't even done 2 runs up the hill to do logs. Oh. But we are starting run 2. We are starting it. We're getting going. We're doing the thing. I have the built-in graphics on a Ryzen 3. I'm literally running on a potato. Yeah, that's not great. At least not for playing something like this game, you know. It's effective for playing something fairly not visually intense or anything. And it's what I did for years, but... Can I please get on the engine? Hello, Jace. Welcome to the stream. Can barely run the game on the beta on medium graphics. Yikes. Yeah, I've got an RTX 2060 and the game still lags. One of the things that lags the game is how much stuff you have on the map, like tracks, trains, etc., especially when trains are in motion. So that's always something to keep in mind. And again, as I mentioned before, it's why I have those special rule sets like the Steel Pegasus rule set. Because it just makes a big difference. Somehow you're able to run BeamNG Drive. That's honestly impressive, because Clyde likes playing that game, and his computer can't handle it, but he does it anyways. It's a very laggy game. Speaking of which, side note, computer hotspot check. I'm currently sitting on 80 degrees Celsius on my graphics card. Or 77 degrees Celsius on my graphics card. Which is the coolest it's been since I first played this game. Or since I've started playing the update on this computer. So the new fan is making a pretty nice difference. I've got an opportunity to buy a laptop with a 3050 Ti, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and 2 terabytes external SSD for external SSD. Hold on 1 second, by the way. I said I was gonna look up graphics card stuff. I'm gonna do that real quick. 3050 Ti. Oof. 3050 Ti. Hold on. $3050 Ti seems to be kind of mediocre, honestly. Watch the train derail for no apparent reason. We're good for now. I probably will, but that sounds like a steal. That, as somebody who's built their computer myself, admittedly I might be a bit spoiled, but 3050 Ti sounds horrible, honestly. Because I got a better computer than that for $600. And admittedly, that doesn't account for the price of the labor to build the computer. It doesn't count for the extra components like a monitor and a keyboard, but I might be a little spoiled. Ryzen 3 isn't even the current generation, so I have no idea how I haven't cooked my laptop, or at least the fans, yet. That caboose nearly derailed there, and that spooked me. Fortunately, we're okay. We're safe. It's pretty hard to cook fans, given that they intrinsically cool themselves. I have to run it on low graphics to keep the lag to a minimum. See, hold on 1 second. I'll show you guys what my graphics settings are, because I'm not at Epic. But I'm pretty decent. I'm close to Epic. But I've had to lower a couple of settings a little bit to get this good frame rate. So, hold on. I'm sitting at this. I'm looking at textures, post-processing, and anti-aliasing at low. And 3D resolution at 75%. Everything else is Epic. View distance, visual effects, shadows, and foliage. And I'm even sitting at 1440p. You're pretty epic to me. Hey, Yuns, how's it going, man? That sounds like something that you put on a really bad, Valentine's Day card, and then you try to sell it to, like, 5-year-olds who play Fortnite. Hold on. New merch idea. BRB. uh... Oh, I'm GAC and I have an orange heart or something. Yeah, but you gotta have the heart be edgy. You know, it has to have a little bit of edge to it. It has to look cool and hip with the kids. And Jace, I'm currently sitting. I'm currently like still around the halfway point. Right now, we're grinding money because I made a horrible mistake and miscalculated how much money I need to buy box cars and tank cars. And it's not the coal mine mistake. The coal mine is fine. That's actually okay. I figured that one out off stream, but I missed 3 pipes. Lightning strike across the middle of it with someone doing the gritty. You gotta have Huggy Wuggy from Poppy Playtime. They've got to be somewhere on there. To be fair, I am a broke college student, so I couldn't upgrade if I wanted to. RIP. I am fortunately not broke, and if I wanted to, I could blow my bank account on it, but, like, I don't want to blow my bank account, or on, like, getting something fun, but I kind of don't want to do that. Don't want to waste my money. Also, since we were talking about it earlier, the 1070 graphics card and the 1060, those are pretty reasonable graphics cards. I took a peek at them and their specs. So no wonder you guys can like stream. It's comparable to mine. Make it the most atrocious graphic design with the most gaudy color combos. Yellow and purple. So Stir doesn't want to blow the wad on silly stuff. I do want to blow the wad on silly stuff, but I also I want to not randomly have trouble and have no money and die. I have a 2070 Super. I got it right before they announced the 30XX series. I'm now just starting to think of upgrading. I got this thing like last summer. It was way too overpriced, honestly, but it's been doing me good. I'm happy with this graphics card so far. Got it as a birthday present. I've personally though been recently considering upgrading to a 4070 because man, could you imagine playing the train game on a 4070? Yellow, mustard yellow and light purple and baby poo green. Oh god. We're making a horrible concoction and I'm gonna have to start selling it. Actually, hold on. I sent this to my Ko-Fi subscribers and to my hold on, open in browser, grab the link, and to my YouTube members, which I don't have any YouTube members. I set that up on Friday, kind of hastily, but just in case, I made it so that if somebody did get a membership, actually I didn't make it so that brain hard, words hard. Point is, I have something to share with you in chat. This is a link to an image. You don't need to open Discord to see it. Hello? Why did the link not copy? There we go. because I'm not quite fully ready to make the investment to do it, but I did get some experimental channel merch. I wore that yesterday at the train show. Also, Durian's barely on the camera here, but she's just looking at me. Hey, kitty. How you? The design does look a little bit small on the shirt, but that's because I'm not wearing it in the picture. When you're wearing it, you know, it like changes its shape a little bit to fit around your body, and so it fit pretty well and pretty nicely. So there you go, fun little channel merch preview. Also, Kitty is looking so adorable right now. She is. Durian's a sweet little sweetheart. I love her. We've had her for 2 years now, and she is our 4th cat. Prior to her, we have had Harriet, who died in 2009. She was a basement cat. She was black. We just kept her down there. She was a kitten that ran away from home and wound up in my parents' backyard. And when the owners figured out that she was there, they already had so many other kittens. They're like, yeah, you can keep her. And so they had Harriet. After Harriet passed in 2009, a year later, another black cat started showing up at her doorstep, fairly young, not quite a kitten, but like a year or two in age. We named that one Hestia. Durian is getting out of the camera's view, so I'm turning it off. She's actually still around, but divorce, other household, I do not like that parent. So I haven't seen her in a hot minute. Pearl was our 3rd cat, who we got at the same time as Hestia, and brought home from a steam show. It was like steam trains, there was a little bit of trolley stuff, but mostly it was like tractors and stuff. It was really cool, honestly. I'm not much of a tractors guy, but it was fun. In the car ride, though, we didn't have a cat carrier for her, and we thought that... And our car was kind of falling apart because we had taken a Volvo that was really old. And so we thought Pearl had fallen out of the car and onto the road and had died. Because she had crawled into a very small, tight space. And it was very depressing. Until my mother went into the car to cry about it because, you know, we were all invested in having a second kitty at the time. And she heard a tiny, faint meowing. It turns out Pearl was actually A-okay. No, kitty, no, I don't want you in the water. Speaking of cats... It turns out she had just gotten herself stuck and trapped and scared, and she was behind the radio. And so we took the car out to a car repair place and said, hey, if there's a cat in here somewhere, can you get it out? And eventually we got the cat out. And Pearl was our 3rd cat. We named her Pearl because that was the name of the car. That's the nickname that my parents had given her. And eventually, at first, Hestia and Pearl started fighting a lot. Eventually, though, when we moved away from home, they actually started getting along really well. And we don't know why. But eventually, they stopped getting along so well, and Pearl found a way to get out of the house through like a small hole in the attic somewhere, and she started going outside, and then she stopped coming inside, and then we never saw her again. She just sort of disappeared. And Durian we picked up from the Oregon Humane Society a couple of years ago. We wanted a cat. They said she was active, and so we got her. We got her for free because there's a senior discount on certain cats. And my father is 70. He is old. And he honestly acts like he's more like 40 or 50, if I'm going to be honest. He's very active. He's very bright and vibrant. He's a very fun dude to be around, but he still qualifies for the senior discount at the local Humane Society. Dorian, I don't want you playing with that. That is my headphone cord. Please don't. I'm putting that away before she accidentally dings it up too much. Durian, please don't. No. I'm just constantly trying to make sure she's not eating away at this stuff. Hey, Durian, can you not, kitty? You're knocking around my monitor. I can't see straight. Okay, she's moving. Oh, she paused my timer. No, why did the reset? Oh, God. Can I add time to my timer, please? Oh, gosh. Well... Well, hey, people on YouTube, just take mental note, the timer got reset in the middle of this. Or I guess I shouldn't say people on YouTube, I should say people watching the stream highlights when I cut it down later. Yeah, apparently my cat did that. That's it, challenge over, cat wrecked it. Okay, so that's the pause button. It's minus. Minus text tips. That's... She really wants to help so much. As she knocks around my monitors, it makes it impossible to see. I'm gonna put the plushies back up while she's down here. And I'm gonna try and make her cat bed a little more comfortable. Go up there? Please go up there so I don't have to deal with you waddling over my keyboard. Maybe stop telling her where the pause button is. Oh, that's a good one, Eon. Okay, you're gonna have to move the keyboard so you're not putting your paw on the pause button again. Once was enough, I don't need twants. It's so hard to see the caboose, but it's there. We have yet to derail. Durian has found a new spot to sit, and you know what? I might have to get a new cat cam, so that I can have a second one for if she's sitting on this new spot. Had to go for like 15 minutes, what did I miss? The timer reset. Oh my god, she pressed the button again! Are you kidding me? You can put markers on the caboose to make it easier to see. Markers are on the caboose right now. They don't render in until you're a certain distance close to them. Here, I'll show you. There's markers on the caboose. Yeah, it's painful. It's annoying. We found a bug for the 70th time that everybody's probably seen by this rate because the marker lights just don't show up. For some reason, if you were a client, the marker lights are more likely to show up than if you are a host. I don't know why. It's very weird. Good evening, Robert, and hello, George. I don't think I said hello to you. My bad. It's actually really annoying. Because I usually look at the live split timer to make sure that I know how long I've been playing for, but I can't. Because if I look at it, it gives me 2.5 minutes. We've been recording for 1 hour and 30 minutes, but... yeah, the stream says otherwise. Instead of a second cat cam, how about a drone that follows Durian around the house? I mean, that could happen. Ever heard of the LBSCRE2 class? You mean Thomas? AKA the not very useful engine? That Thomas fans will sometimes roast you about if you bring it up. Anyone else want to low-key hear Stir singing? I used to sing actually, back in like elementary school and middle school. I was one of the best musicians in my class, because, you know, music runs in the family. My father plays the piano. As we have both heard, as we have all heard, like, many, many times. She's put her tail on my mouse between my fingers. What would you say your favorite railroad-related song is? Your favorite? But words. I don't listen to many railroad-related songs, so I wouldn't know. I need one project that I keep meaning to complete is I have a 40-hour long playlist here on YouTube that's just filled to the brim with songs. I have another 200 songs to add to it, extending it to around 80 hours, approximately. Just caught the stream, what did I miss? Oh, you haven't missed too much, aside from the cat resetting the timer multiple times. And so that stream timer that says that we've been going for 5 minutes is horribly inaccurate. And we're discussing potentially getting a second cat cam. Cause, alright, we are going for this string of cars. She's currently laying in a new spot that would actually be really good to do stuff in, you know? Or she's just laying down here in a spot she's cozy and comfortable with. And if this is a spot she wants to lay down, I guess I could make it okay for her to do. Could make it a little more hospitable. I tabbed out on accident. Thanks, game. And another thing that I guess I should check is PC temperature, because I installed a second computer fan in my PC. And cat, no. I'm gonna have to move you if you keep doing this, okay? You can be up here. This is okay. This is fine, but I don't want you sitting on my buttons. Oh my god. Anyways, cat cam's back in order at least. It's one of those days. Anyways, computer temperatures are doing better. I think I accidentally made my fan blowing out rather than blowing in. Which, whoops, but I can fix that. Can we have a counter for the reset timer being pushed? At this point, we're going to have one on the highlight reel for sure. Because that's at least the third time, if not more. I do need to get Durian a cat bed. And I need to figure out how to not have live split reset so fucking easily. I have a fan that blows out on my PC is on the top of the case. The side/back fan blows in. I made a mistake. I was supposed to have two fans blowing in. Instead I have one in, one out. And mind you, this isn't like I have any fans blowing out. I don't. And that's because hot air generally moves faster than cold air because it's hotter. And so by you want to have cold air be the one you're moving more. So I think I accidentally made my new fan a hot air fan though, blowing out the hot air rather than blowing in the cool. which I'll have to fix that after stream. But the fact is, my graphics card has seen a decrease in temperature of around 5 degrees Celsius. We take those. What is my opinion on the narrow gauge big boy? Are you talking about like the memes where people put the big boy on narrow gauge, or are you talking about the Uinta? Because are we having the Uinta conversation again? I have 5, 3 on the front, 2 on the bottom, and 2 out the top. I need to get that many, honestly, Eon, because, like, I really should keep my computer cool, because right now it is very, it's sitting at 80 degrees Celsius. It's hot. Do I play any other train-related games, such as Trains? I do play a couple. And I have an idea, again, for another donation goal, which is, what was it? Streamathon. I'm paranoid about liquid heating, or liquid cooling, but also paranoid about overheating. Exactly! I'm probably going to get more fans, because I got myself this really good computer case that that has a ton of airflow, and like I could probably strap on upwards of 12 fans to this computer if I wanted to. Maybe more. Back to the Streamathon thing and other train games. One idea that I have for July. My father is going to be out of town for a week. I stream on Sundays because my father's usually at church. And so because of that, I have a little more freedom to not annoy him. And he's fine with me streaming as long as I'm not being too problematic. But I usually do it when he's away just so I don't annoy him. But he's going to be gone for a week. And I was thinking, in July, since I have a bunch of other train games I play, you know, OpenTTD, Railroad Tycoon 3, Loco Shortline Operations, I could play a couple of those games. Just, like, every day play a new game on stream. And do a week of trains. I just looked up the Uinta, and wow, that is a heckin' chonker. It's so massive! And it's a beautiful locomotive, but my problem with it for being put into this game is game balance. As it stands now, a lot of players like to go for the Tweetsy because it's fast and it's powerful. And people like running trains that are like 30 cars in length. And I personally believe that 30 cars is a bad train length. It doesn't really get you running trains more as it does just running random lines of stuff around a system, you know? As I've always said, I don't like unit trains. They're not fun to me, generally. But, a lot of people gravitate towards them, which I think is just not, like, a worse way to play the game. And the Uintas would just... Everybody would go for those engines because they would be so stupid powerful that they could probably haul 30 loaded cars up a 4% grade. They would be massive, and everybody would love them, and everybody would buy them. And even if they were stupid expensive, people would just cheat them in. And then they would try running longer trains, which, again, I don't like unit trains, but also that would make the game lag even more. Because the more trains, or the more cars you have in your network, the laggier the game gets. So there's the Uinta rant for today. We are an hour and 40 minutes into the stream, and we finally did it. Baldwin made a 2882T for Columbia, I think. Yes, they did. I personally don't know too much about it, but I can confirm that they made that. June 30th is the simulator update for Derail Valley. I've never played Derail Valley, and I was thinking that it would be a very expensive ordeal, but I was thinking for that streamathon, Eon, that, like, I would get a VR headset, and I would play Derail Valley and Rolling Line in VR for the first time on live streams. Because I think that would be so much fun, dude. That would be a blast. Could you imagine? What would be your opinion on the devs adding the possibility of inclined planes? What do you mean? Like, inclined planes is in platforms that are not tracks that you can place. I'm also keeping a close eye on Railroaders. Railroader, like the game that isn't quite out yet, that game I am so hyped for. I really want to see that come out, because it's gonna be so much fun. Like, from what I can tell, the contract system in Railroader is infinitely better than Railroads Online. It's actually a system that incentivizes mixed freight trains. And it's something that's not too overwhelming either. You can choose the difficulty you want to do. And so when Railroader comes out, I am 100% adding a tier to both YouTube memberships and to Ko-Fi that basically says, hey, if you buy this tier, you can join in and play the game both on streams and on videos, and we'll just run a massive railroad together. Railroader looks epic. It looks so good, and it's also standard gauge in transition era. Honestly, it's a game that I think my father would love too. I might if it comes out, I might try and convince him to play it with me sometime, just to see what it's like and have a little bit of fun, because it looks promising as all hell. Kitty, I don't want you laying down here again. Hi, you. Cute little kitty. No, I don't want you laying down here. The focus on mid-size Steam has sold me on exactly. No, Kitty, I don't want you here. I'm sorry, but you can't be here. You can be there. That's okay. Do we know what engines are in Railroader? So far, from what I can tell, there's a GP9, an NW2, an 060, a 280, a 260. I believe there's bigger engines too. There's a couple of. It's very cool, but it's mostly like it's American short-line railroading in the transition from steam to diesel, with more of a focus on steam, but still a couple of diesel engines available. Oh, there's a 262T? What? I didn't see that one. One of the things I love about Railroader... Oh my god, she paused it again. Ah! I need to get a place for Durian to sit over here so she's happy, but I can't. I cannot leave her there. Anyways. The game has AI-driven trains that simulate interchange with a mainline railroad. And that's just like... I need that cat pause time counter. What? I'm gonna need a new sound effect for every time that the cat pauses the stream at this rate. And for every time that Durian tries to drink my water. Or does something weird that I don't want her to. One thing I really want to see in a game is mixed gauges. Have you heard of Loco shortline operations? Because they have that already. They have... The narrow gauge isn't very good, admittedly. It's very weak, and there's not as much of a selection as the standard gauge options, but they do have dual gauge. That game is another one that's a lot of fun. I want a Streamliner diesel in it, F or E unit, or a Baldwin Shark Nose, or some older EMC engine, just an old Streamliner. Best liked in fancy colors. I think that they might add in an F unit. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least one. Because those things are pretty common. They're fairly small, so they don't look out of place on a shortline railroad, but they are streamlined, and they were used for mainline service, so it can make people feel happy and special. Plus, in Loco, you get to transport cubes. Yes, you do get to... One of the fun things about Loco shortline operations, that makes it a lot harder, but a lot more interesting, is when you load a car, you don't load a car, actually. You just drop the load into the world. And the load is its own entity, and as you drive around, if you derail, the loads go everywhere. And you can get a forklift, you can drive the forklift over to the crash site, and put the load back on the car. But in general, if you stack things wrong, you're screwed. Humans can fly and trains can run in the dirt in Loco. It's hilarious. Yes, Loco is a very funny game to play. It's not really the most realistic thing in some senses, but I don't care. It's fun. Also, it's easier for a potato laptop to play. So if you're somebody who's got a bad laptop and looking for an alternative train game to play, try Loco. It's got a bunch of American stuff, it's got some European stuff, some Japanese stuff. They recently added in passengers as a cargo commodity. And I don't know how it works, I haven't played the update enough, but passengers, everybody! Passengers! The track building is pretty intuitive. And yeah, I recommend it. Oh, also, the way you sell commodities is drastically different. 'Cause when you're trying to sell a commodity, you bring it to a location. The locations give you more money based on demand, distance, and what was it? Sorry, brain stalled. Hi, kitty. You want to go up? Not here. This is okay. This is fine. I'm getting so distracted. Brain. Right. Commodities sell for more the farther you bring them, and the demand. Once you deliver a commodity, its price drops because they already have some of it. They don't need as much anymore. But the thing is, there's a big green box around where you sell it, around where you sell the commodity, and if you put a ton of commodities in there and sell them all at once, you'll get more money than selling each car individually. And so there's actual incentive to build multiple spurs to unload your train with. It's really cool. I'm just imagining spawning in random people into the world. Villager spawn egg, baby. I got the starting 04 in Loco up to 60 miles an hour with 3 cars. Dang. I don't use the 040 very much because the steam engines are harder to run than the diesels. And so what we did was we got ourselves I think the GP40 and the F40PH, or was it the GP38? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. We did that, and just ran push-pull operations, I'm not gonna lie. One thing about the game that's really interesting, though, is that everybody starts with $10,000, but you can actually buy cars, and once you purchase those cars, somebody else can sell them, and they get the full money out of the deal. Which is kind of bad, because it means that, like, there's no incentive to think about what kind of cars you're buying, because you can just sell them and buy new ones later. But it's also kind of fun in a weird way. And there's production chains, plus higher tier commodity productions you have to build by delivering types of cargo. Yes, exactly! So you still get a little bit of the Railroads Online commodity tier stuff, but in general, if you want to take the regular boxes of stuff and sell them somewhere, you could do that. Have you ever tried modding in extra locos into Railroads Online? Like, new ones? No. I've cheated in locos, but I haven't modded locomotives into the game, because I feel like that'd be a little bit risky to do. Both for the game's integrity and just for people being weird. And developers being weird. Buy a tanker, deliver oil, sell tanker. Buy a boxcar, deliver boxcar, sell boxcar. Buy hopper. You can do that, but once you're at a point where you have the money to do that, you usually don't need to do it anymore. And basically everything can be carried in a hopper, a boxcar, or a U-Haul. Not literally everything, but if the Loco economy system were merged with the Railroads Online graphics, it would be the ultimate economy-based train game. I think I would like Railroaders economy-based graphic, or linked with Railroads Online's graphics, because I think that's just better. I like that system way more. Because, in case, I think I mentioned this earlier, but Railroaders' contract system. You go to a company, you say, hey, do you have any contracts for me? And they'll offer you a couple of them. Or I guess maybe it's not to a company, but you'll get contracts offered to you. And if you accept the contract, they will occasionally request freight cars to load, or loaded freight cars, blah, blah, blah. And you just get money over time. Has Railroader announced any specific date yet, or is that still unknown? Still unknown. But, like, the freight car loads, you don't just spam cars to certain destinations to make money. The cars naturally flow. The game randomly chooses when it wants it, or procedurally chooses when it wants you to deliver the cars. And so you can't do, like, a 30-car log train to fill up the log pond. Instead, they say, hey, we have 6 logs waiting for you. Do you have a car that you can bring to us so that we can load it, and then you'll come back in a day or two to bring it to your next destination? Thanks. I'm looking forward to it where my potato laptop is not. It's been another 30 minutes. I'm gonna quickly tab out and make sure my computer is still running cool. Perfect, perfect. I love the raging storm right now. I find it funny you say that as soon as I tab out and the storm mutes itself. Hello, Speed. Welcome to the stream. And for those of you wondering, I'm finally done running logs. I don't know if this is going to be the last log run for the stream, but I know for a fact it's the last log run we're doing right now. Doreen is planning more mischief as she sleeps, I just know it. She's planning a hostile takeover of the United States, clearly. I believe we're overdue for a timer reset. You know that I'm going to have to go through with the stream highlights for this week, and I'm going to have to find every time that she reset the timer. Every time. And I'm going to have to edit it. It's gonna be fun. Anyways, how's everybody doing today, by the way? Hey, I don't think I've asked that question this stream. Maybe I have, but how y'all doing? How's life? My life needs snow, and I have no E. Doing well. We've been working this weekend. Just a couple of days off. Nice, nice. Life's good. How about you? I've been doing well. Really happy with how that merch t-shirts turned out. Just having a good time, having a good day. How much money do we have? 1844. Yesterday was fun again. I got out to see the Polson Logging Company #2 running for a little bit. I'm slowly planning to watch the Mario movie. And people seem to be enjoying yesterday's video, which is good. The likes are a little bit low, but that's fine. And we got approved for YouTube memberships. So I guess I might as well do a small plug for that, because while YouTube doesn't pay me as well as Ko-Fi does, there's one special thing I'm going to be doing in the coming weeks with YouTube that I haven't been able to do yet, but I'm thinking of adding emotes to the channel. I don't know what kind to do, and I can only add 5, and I need to find somebody I can commission to do them with, but I'm thinking it would be a fun way to to give subscribers a little something extra, giving them just some simple emotes, like I'm trying to think of some simple emote type I can use, but I'm pulling blanks because my brain's spacing out. But like a happy emote, a sad emote, a we're about to derail the train emote, a somebody get out the pea cup emote. For the shirt, maybe add a caption instead of cracking open a cold one with the boys, right, firing up an engine with the boys. Can someone send me the link to the Loco Steam page? Not sure if I found the same game as you guys. I can grab the link in a second here. The problem is, Hey, Stern Post. That's derail #2, right? The thing about sending links to Steam page is YouTube doesn't like letting anybody but me send links in chat. It's really stupid, but if you're on the Discord, somebody can send it there and the link will work fine, but if not, I can just grab the link in a moment. Is there gonna be more parts for No Home for a Hero? Hold on 1 second. Okay, we're linked. Good. There should be. I mean, I need to work on more parts for No Home for a Hero, but my goal is to try and have one video out on No Home for a Hero every month. The problem is, though, again, I haven't started on this, this month's episode, because it is a little hard to write. But I'll figure it out as I go. We need a cat emote? That would be a good emote, just a simple little cat. Just use the face of John Rarrison. There you go. There's an idea. Okay. Grabbing the Steam page for LSO. I didn't mean to play the audio. I hope that doesn't give me copyright strikes. I don't think it will, but you never know. Oh, another thing to mention, I guess, TK, is about No Home for a Hero, is those videos usually do a little bit worse than the rest of my videos, or sometimes even significantly worse. And so I have a little less motivation to do them because of that. Like, I have fun making them, don't get me wrong, but I do need to somehow expand my channel and get more views. One second of music. Also, YouTube demonetize error. DK, the one funny thing about writing in the past few years is every time I've tried to get advice on how to improve No Home for a Hero, people have just said it's good because they don't know how it could be improved, because apparently my writing's just that good. And I hate it because I know I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what. The only problem with email is I rarely check my email. That's why I always suggest Discord, because I'm very diligent about checking Discord. And while I don't always respond to every message that I see, I try and make sure I have no unread messages on any server I'm on. Every DM's up to date. And email, it's like, okay, I'll check it once a week. Oh, come on. Why are you so slow? Why do you keep slowing down, game? Honestly, I'm just working on a new save. Finding a new style for an area is very hard. Yes, it very much is. But I said this to somebody this morning. I got a new Ko-Fi subscriber last night, and they said, could you help with making a map a little bit? I've got most of it down. There's just a few last steps I'm not sure how to do, and I really need to make a video on how to make maps. But I also really need to make a video on making a new map. Oh, pain. The eternal struggle of a content creator. You have too many ideas and not enough time to actually make them work. The Clyde Max. I forgot about the Clyde Max. You're welcome for the help there. It's always good to make sure everybody knows what they're doing with screenshot posting, you know? So, and I like helping people. It's just in my nature. Which reminds me, I have another video series idea I need to work on. God frickin'... I was gonna make a video series just like talking about the best engines in the game, and like giving a tutorial series and all that jazz. Improving seemingly perfect stories is something I really love doing. I've gone back to stories I wrote years ago and made them infinitely better. Yeah, I do that too sometimes. Where I just go back to some tale I wrote 3 years ago. I'm like, hey, this thing kind of sucks. I mean, it's a good idea. It's got good writing, but there's these few little details I can do. And I often, like, when I'm writing No Home for a Hero, or when I'm reading it aloud, I find that I pause the recording and I rewrite lines as I'm doing it. I hope you have a wife board for ideas in your room somewhere. You know, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I should get one. That'd be fun. Write that idea on an imaginary whiteboard. I mean, I do have a random file on my Google Drive that has a bunch of BS on it. Does that count? Is that something? I make the rules here. Anything that sounds cool gets written down, even if it's ridiculous. I do have that. I have a... On Discord, I have a Spitball Wall text channel on one of my private servers where I just jot down ideas. And I have a bunch of story ideas. And if I want some easy content, I could probably use one of those ideas, write up a quick blurb about it, and make it work. The Tale of John Raritzson. It's an epic. Alright, Benjamin, have a good day, man. Have a good one. One thing I recommend for writing is listening to music that matches the tone of the scene. Why do you think I have a 40-hour playlist? That is very true. It's very good to have some music to help set the vibe and the tone. Alright, so we're sitting on 1,844. Oh, wait. I was supposed to load the steak flats before I left town. Ah! Let's see here, 72 plus 72 plus 72 plus 80 plus 80 plus 80 plus 250. Plus 1, 844. Okay. We are going to have enough money by the end of this to get the boxcar and the hopper. We're safe. We're alive. Just have a series where each episode you get someone from your Discord to join you for the single episode. Once they've been in the episode, they can't be chosen for fairness. I was gonna do that for a cat. Hi, kitty. Okay, she's just jumping down. She's not doing anything ridiculous. I was going to do that speed, except it was going to be something where Ko-Fi and YouTube supporters, they would be able to join in and play with me. And, like, I'd actually have them in the episode, and we'd have, like, 4 people maximum, and then slowly expand upon as the world gets more and more complicated, and we just do a vanilla playthrough. And try and keep everything that everyone does. You have caused confusion and delay. I'm dying. And one thing about Ko-Fi subscribers is, and also YouTube subscribers, or not subscribers, donors, they can join streams sometimes. I mean, not this one, because, you know, this is a challenge run, but next week we will have a stream where YouTube donors will be able to join, or just donors in general will be able to join. Not donors, supporters. That's the term I'm looking for, because donors makes it sound like you're giving away your liver. Please do not dispose of your liver. This is a friendly reminder from your neighborhood store. words hard, but meaning is there? Yeah, words are very hard. As somebody who very much likes writing, yeah, it's important to make sure you get your point across. Thanks for the reminder. I have to make sure my liver isn't running away. Gotta get it back in check. It's a little too far. Writing the words is easy, speaking them is another thing. Well, also making sure that they sound good. Yeah, exact. Well, I guess that's speaking. I should think before I say my sentences. Okay, that's a little too far. Update, your liver has run away? Well, you better go catch it. Don't let it do this to you. Don't let it abandon you in a rainforest. Sometimes the thing you're thinking just doesn't sound right when written down. Yes, that is very true. Man, I do need to write a little more. One of these years I'll finish one of the many story ideas I have. Oh, I should probably explain, by the way, why we needed to come back here. I mean, obviously, we needed the materials, but... So... we're going to drop off this flat car at the ironworks. And we're also going to unload one car of lumber here. Then we'll head to the iron mine where we'll unload the other car of lumber and this one car of beams and load up on raw iron. After that, we will then head to the smelter where we will unload the cordwood and the raw iron. And then we'll head to spawn, get the boxcar, the tanker. And we're going to swap out, we're going to drop the tanker at the smelter temporarily and drop the boxcar at the ironworks where we will pick up the pipes. And we'll also bring along some raw iron, because of course we're going to bring raw iron. It's raw iron, dude. Raw iron's really important. I got my liver back, but in the save that is open, I'm going to do the 6-wheel challenge. You can only have engines that have 6 or less driving wheels. That's interesting. Isn't that just like a harder steel Pegasus? Or what was it? Loco Limbo, specifically. You ever start making a story and not write it down in fear of getting far in the wrong direction? I think I just don't write down stories because sometimes I just don't think they're ever going to be finished, but I don't think I don't write them down because of fears that they're going to be bad. Just fears that they're not going to finish. I'm just doing this because I've evolved to using 8 driving wheel engines. So Loco Limbo bans engines that are higher than Tier 4. So, no Climax, Heisler, Ruby Basin, Cook Consolidation, Class 70 or Tweets. So basically, there are only 2 engines below that that have 8 wheels. There are 8 driving wheels, and those are the Shea and the Moscow. Everything else is 6 or less from my memory. Yeah, everything else should be. With a story that never ends. I'm kind of procrastinating on it until I'm 100% sure it's going in the right direction, which I can never make my mind up on. Oof. See, this, from my story, there's no home for a hero. I already know the direction it's going to go in. I don't know how it's going to get there, but I already know, I know the climax. I actually know all the climaxes, there's multiple. I know the plot points, how they all intertwine perfectly with one another. So I guess that's why I'm going through with it, because I know I'm going to finish it one day. I don't know when that day is, but I'll keep working on it. Very excited, I'll have a new PC by the middle of June. I can finally run Rose and Lane at a graphics setting that isn't bare minimum. What kind of PC are you getting? You know what? You know what? Maybe I need to make a service, put on Ko-Fi, like a $200 service, where I'll build a PC. And the $200 doesn't count for the parts, you know. But that could be a fun little service I can offer. Building my own, but for reference, my PC currently has the power equivalent to an RX 500. Yikes. Whew. So that's pretty weak. And if you can build your own PC, that's great, because, you know, it's, you usually get a much stronger PC for the price that you're paying. Yeah, we need to start slowing down pretty severely. 12 years old? Yikes. Oh, we're not even in line for the right track. Whoops. That's okay, we'll be fine. I'm sort of in that position. Like, I know how I want it to start and end, but some of the small stuff in the middle is what I'm worried about. Most I've done is a timeline of events to keep me on track. Personally, what I've found, the way that I can keep that... Why? Oh, I see. Power braking on a 30-meter curve is not a good idea. Current PC is 12 years old. Welcome to... Well, okay. My father had a 12-year-old PC recently. Story stuff. The way I keep track, or the way I move forwards is I have general plot points and character outlines, but usually I try and improvise the scenes, each and every one of them. In the middle for the journey, but I always say, by the end of this scene, I need to do X. Like, I need to show a character is insecure. I need to show I need to talk a little bit about the premise. I need to try and get the characters moving towards this next goal. And doing that, you know, you just one by one go through every scene, improvising and building on what you already have until you reach a point where you're comfortable starting to reach that end goal. And usually you don't have many goals per scene. You have like one, maybe two. At the beginning, when you're trying to get the story running, you'll have multiple things going, but in the middle of the story you can just sort of like bumble about. I didn't need that flat car. It's fine. I kind of do. I am dropping the flat car here, but... yeah, that's the best piece of advice I can give you for you, Smokey, and hopefully it helps. If it doesn't, well, you know, every person's different, and maybe it's just something that works for me, but... speed, you don't need to ping me, I'll just look at him. Oh, for God's... you know what? I'm just putting this over here. I was gonna spot the car over here anyways. Guess you could say that car fell flat on its back. But yeah, I can check the Discord. I can see it. I'm very diligent about checking the Discord, so I'll take a peek once we hit the road again in a second here. I recently rebuilt my PC, so I know I mentioned earlier that I got the new PC fan in, but I also got myself a Ryzen 7 5700X, I think, and what else did I grab? 64 gigabytes of RAM, RTX 2060, 850 watts power supply, which I need to swap out. We have two 850 watts power supplies in this house, and one of them is bronze, one of them is gold, and my father, who has the worst computer, has the better power supply, and I'm gonna steal it from him because it's modular and I can just unplug it, plug it back in. Alright, so let's think. There we go, this should be good. Just sent the picture. I'll take a peek. Actually, I'll take a peek again once we hit the road. Alright, rolling back. Gosh dang it. Alright, picture. Oh yeah, you can tell that thing's old. Whew. That graphics card is so tiny. Holy schmoly. You know, I need to send a picture of my computer, because I haven't done that yet. I haven't shown off what it actually looks like inside, and I need to do that. So I will send that after stream. I was wrong, it's an RX 270. Yeesh. Whew. Oh, speaking of computers, let me check something real quick. Oh my god, okay. I just checked. My graphics card is currently sitting at 73.5 degrees Celsius. That's really good, because previously it was sitting at 83. This fan is making a massive difference in my power. I'm gonna have to buy another one of these at this rate. If this is how well it's doing right now... Wait, you said Celsius, wouldn't that be like super hot? Yes, I did say Celsius. It's insanely hot. The thing is, my computer has been running at 80 degrees Celsius pretty consistently for the last few days, but I got a new PC fan, and now it's running at 70, which is a huge difference. And, you know, you want your computer to be cool because the more fans you have, the cooler it gets, and the cooler it gets, the less likely your PC is to overheat and die out of nowhere. So, right now, we're looking at the motherboard is at 57 degrees Celsius, which is around average. The CPU package is at 80, which is a little bit hot, but the GPU is at 75, which is cooler than it has been for the last few weeks. That's saying something. Surprised Durian hasn't reset the timer yet? Yeah, Durian is currently sitting on my bed. She's laying down. I do need to get her a cat bed so she can sit where she was trying to sit, because I think it's a good place. It's just that it's not a good time. You know what? I might have to move the cat cam and the cat bed. Will there be a Ko-Fi subscription stream today? There will probably be one next week, but today, no. There might also be one midweek. I might try and do another stream this week just for fun. But today we're finishing up the challenge, so... Also, be warned, I might up the price for Ko-Fi subscription streams in the near future, because as I'm starting to get YouTube stuff set up, or YouTube memberships, I'm realizing that maybe I should charge a little more than $5 a month. I'm not fully sure how much it's going to be yet. Anywhere from, like, I'm thinking probably around $15, maybe more, but... we'll see. Okay, drop this down. Why is there that graphical glitch where it doesn't appear for some reason? That's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yes, Stir must finish the challenge even if it takes 8 hours. Exactly. Exactly. Currently sitting at 2060. Wait a minute. That's the number. That's what my graphics card has. Heck yeah. That's kind of fun. RX 660 is on par with a 3060? From what I saw, an RX 660 was like slightly worse than a 2060, but it was comparable. And they're cheaper. The one I saw was $200, like you're saying here. It's really quite impressive that they're so much cheaper. But I think if I'm gonna get a graphics card, though, I'm gonna have to start looking for like one that's much more expensive. Because the 2060 is so good already. Why would I need more? Well, anything is bound to be better than the 270. Yeah, that's a low bar to clear, admittedly. It's a 270. I didn't even know the 270 existed. I mean, it's kind of obvious it existed in hindsight, but I've only recently gotten computers and like computer building. I think the game is a little bit broken, by the way. If you look at the Steam Engine's water level, okay, never mind, it's going down. I thought it was just continuously going up, and it wouldn't stop, but no, it's good, it's good. No, I'm talking about graphics cards that I'll never be able to afford. Well, my laptop still has its original graphics card from 2016. My very first PC build, so I'm a bit nervous, but I'm excited. Okay, so a few tips for you. 1, thermal paste. It is included with the fan. Don't buy it because you think you don't have it. You probably got some. I've made this mistake twice now. Case. Make sure that you know what screws go where rather than just using screws. Read the manual. Because some screws are insulated and some aren't, and sometimes that is life or death versus your PC. Some PCs have lights on the motherboard that tell you whether, or like what part of the system is trying to check right now. If it gets frozen or stuck on one of those, you can easily identify what the problem with your PC is. I did this recently because my RAM wasn't working. It turns out that the RAM was a little bit too loose and I had to shove it in. And, yeah, those are my tips. As somebody who has built 2 PCs recently, and I've built more in the past, it's been a long time, though. If you want, I can send my build. I bought it off of, like, Newegg. And it was like $670, not including a graphics card, not including monitor, not including keyboard and mouse, but for everything else. How much RAM do I have? I have 64 gigabytes. When I went to get the webcam for Durian, so that I could record her on streams, I stopped off at Best Buy, and they just happened to have RAM on sale for $70 for 2 sticks of 16. And I'm like, you know what? I'll take it. Getting case, motherboard, and card from Newegg. Everything else is from Amazon. That's valid. But I can send you the... Hold on. I'll grab the parts list. You know what? Since we're talking about PC so much. Returns and orders... Oh, wait, no, not returns and orders. I want to look at my shared lists. I'm looking at planning ahead. It seems... Oh, man, the price on this has gone up a little bit. Let me... Oh, right, never mind. I forgot I had some extra parts thrown in here. Some pieces have gone up in price, but that's just me being a bit silly. All right, share, copy link, paste. How much would it cost to upgrade a PC? I've got a case, monitor, and keyboard that would work, but the guts still run on Windows XP. If the guts still run on Windows XP, your computer is probably pretty mediocre. It's like so old that upgrading it probably isn't worth it. Of course, I don't know, but I think if you want to be a modern gamer, like, you want to go for DDR4, and DDR4 is pretty recent. It's like Windows 10 and beyond. Windows 8 or Windows 10, something like that, I think. And Windows XP is a little bit older than Windows 10. There's the new egg list. People are starting to get DDR5 in their PC. Yes, exactly. DDR5 exists, and I just... how? What? It's so insane to me that it exists, but... it does, and here we are. So that's the parts list I'm using right now. Let me take another peek at it. Pull it up on my other monitor. The power supply, we did try to make sure it was really good. Same with the fan. I tried to spend a little more to make sure that was good. The case is a really weird choice, and I believe you can pick it up for cheaper on Amazon. But it's really, really nice. It looks weird, but it has great airflow. It has and it has a bunch of spots for like SSD cards, or not cards, discs, not discs, storage devices. It's pretty good. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so dumb. Case, keyboard, and monitor would help cut down the cost. It would help cut down the cost a little bit, because those are parts you can absolutely reuse. But those aren't the most expensive parts. I think in total that's like $150 of parts, depending on the build. If you were to take the PC that the parts that I was looking at for the PC I was suggesting, it would still be $900 to build the rest of the PC. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, who's ready to head to Spawn to pick up some more freight cars? Excuse me. Your PC is so old that it doesn't have wireless. I mean, my PC didn't have wireless for the longest time. I got wireless on my current build because I have Bluetooth headphones and I wanted to use them. But my father, who's using my old build, has to use Ethernet 24/7 because he cannot do anything else. It just doesn't have a Wi-Fi card in it. More freight cars, yeah. I might be able to keep the fan too. It's one of those big ones that's basically a desk fan shoved into the case. Yeah, keeping that would be reasonable. Still gonna rock the Ethernet for a more stable connection. Understandable. Also, seems I might have to take a second to do something. Sounds as though my computer is having some troubles. I'm hosting a Minecraft server for some people, and they're commenting that it's not working for them. So, 1 second. Speaking of Ethernet, by the way, is the stream quality good still? Are we doing good? Are you guys getting 1080p, 60 FPS? Is the audio sounding good? The audio level's good? Because, again, as I mentioned before, I got a 2K monitor the other day, and for some reason, the 2K monitor runs Railroads Online at a higher frame rate than my 1080p monitor. And my 1080p monitor oh god. Bonk. My 1080p monitor is designed to run it up to 165 frames a second. And for some reason, despite this, it runs slower than my 60 FPS 2K monitor. Beautiful, beautiful. Everything seems to be in order. YouTube hasn't done any shenanigans, so that's good. Good, good. I'm glad to hear. Also, we have $2,500. Perfect. Is actually really important because we need $2,400 so that we can buy a boxcar and a tanker, which I know I've said several times, but I like repeating myself because these streams can go on for over 6 hours sometimes, and it's always good to make sure everybody knows what's going on. Built by Bethesda. Hello, Jameson. Welcome to the stream. That's a really weird strobing effect. I wonder why that's happening. It's an eMachines T3998. I'll look that up. And then I'll check the monitor. eMachines 3998. It's kind of nice just sitting around. Oh my god. That thing is so bad. What? 256 megabytes. 100 gigabytes storage space. HDD. What? Oh lord, that thing is so old. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Okay. I hope that's not the machine you're using. Because I found a page for it on Newegg, and that just... Wow, okay. That is a very weak computer. I mean, it doesn't even say... It just says DDR for the RAM type. It doesn't even say DDR1, 2... No, it's just DDR. Oh my god. Anytime stir teleports from running the train, or from a running train, time to kick in the 1800s PTC system. Alright, spawn, sweet spawn. Now that we're here, we already have 8 cars, I believe. I believe this one is number 8? Yes. There's a reason I want something new. It's either that PC you looked up or a potato HP laptop. We'll give the potato some credit. At least the potato was cooked. Compared to this other thing. Just found out my monitor has a blue light filter, so my glasses and monitor are protecting my eyes. I need blue light glasses, because my eyesight's kind of shit. I won't lie. Okay, boxcar. I just want to make sure this is one of the paint jobs with this on the side, with the numbering. Guess we'll go with this. We'll name it Lone Oak Southern. If this doesn't list the whole name, I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to cheat in a boxcar that has a better name. It just says Lone Oak on the side, and this is going to be car number 9. Order. I'm pretty certain this is going to be messed up, but I'm going to pray. It's messed up. Okay, we're going to use a little sneaky technique. How much money do I have? I have enough to do this. We're looking at boxcar paint job 4. We're just gonna name it Lone Oak. That is so hard to see right now. 9. Okay. Tanker. Oh god, I don't remember which one of these paint jobs. Oh no. Okay, Lone Oak. That looks good. That looks good. I'm gonna place a bet that this is the one I'm looking for, and this is going to be number 10. And this is going to be LOST. Purchasing rolling stock in the dark is its own new minigame. Yes! I did it! Yeah! I was trying to get the version with the black wheels and the red side. Oh. My phone just scared me with a spam call. It's the real-life Tweetsy whistle with for a ringtone and a bell for the notification. Fun! Excuse me. No, why am I'm not supposed to reverse this. I'm supposed to unpin this. Responsible engineering. I thought you were gonna say Lone Stir. I mean, I could have. I like the Lone Oak Southern. I don't know who suggested it to me, but it's a good name. It's a good railroad name. Also, we are at the 3-hour mark. I'm going to check my PC temperature. 78.5 degrees Celsius for the graphics card. 80 for the CPU package. Okay. We're doing well. We're doing good. Now that I've typed it, I think I will buy a Cook 280 and name it that. I love it. Speaking of which, for those of you wondering what the name is, Norvegicus, that stands for rat, in more scientific terms. And, I named it that because number 19 holds a special place in my heart. And Norvegicus, or rats, holds a special place in the heart of my girlfriend, and since she holds a special place in my heart, I think it's only fair that I put her on the train too, or at least a reference to her. New PC case will be made of dry ice for maximum cooling. Now, the one problem, I should say, with the computer case that I suggested and the computer case that I have is it's only micro ATX. You can't actually, like, get anything big on it. You can't put regular ATX motherboards, and you have to make sure your motherboard's the right size, etc., etc. That's the main reason I use Newegg for these computers, is because their part picker tells you whether or not the parts are compatible, and only shows you compatible parts. And so while you might go to multiple websites to buy the parts, you at least know what parts you want, and have a more accurate idea of that. Thanks, Caboose. Why? Why do you spite me? I wasn't going that fast. I didn't even know you named the engine till now. I almost always give my engines a special name for some reason, because it's always so sweet just to have a little reference to somebody or something that you love. For example, on the Pegger, all the hammers, I named my trains after hammers specifically because of Splatoon, which I play a lot. And back in Splatoon 2, I would bully my friends with hammers. Well, not really bully. We had this mutual agreement where basically when playing Turf War, because I would always win in Turf War, because I'm just really good at the game and way better than my friends, I started doing something where I would try and kill my friends, like single them out and target them, by throwing hammers from across the map. So, because of that, when I first started playing the game, I couldn't come up with any engine names. I'm like, well, since I have this sort of reference to hammers, why don't I make every engine named after a hammer? And so I made this long list of like 40 different engine names that I could use. And, yeah. So if you ever see a name on a locomotive that I've purchased, there's a reason I chose it. A very specific reason. I named the Black Porter Buster after Buster Keaton. As you can guess, it does its own stunts. I need to name an engine Shark? Why would I name an engine? Huh? Where? Also, for those of you wondering, I do have an engine named after Durian. It is on the Skyline Valley Railroad. I believe it is engine number 3. And it is a Cook Mogul. Not a coal variant, just your regular old Cook Mogul. Hammerhead... Oh, I see. We do have joke names like that. For instance, there is Mjolnir, and there's also Jim Adler. Those are some various names that we have. If we want a really funny name. If we're gonna go for the hammer naming scheme, we have to go... we have to name, goddamn it, my brain just stalled. What was I saying? Right. Naming scheme. Hammers. Gotta have one train that's named Drunk Bastard. Because it's getting hammered. Have any engine name Sledged? There is an engine name for Sledge. It's not Sledge, it's just straight up Sledge. And I think we're saving that one for a bigger locomotive as we climb the ranks. Like once we get ourselves a Cook, Mogul, or Coal, we'll get one. And for like Tweedsy, I think the Tweedsy is going to be named Gavel. And we're going to swap out the number and name locations. On the 10... Well, okay. We're going to have to cheat to do it, but why? I wasn't going that fast. The freight cars derail way too easily in this game. Another good joke could be hammer time. A good joke I think would be better, or a good joke that I think would be better within that context would be just doing the name of the artist who made that song. And maybe also labeling it for the stop railroad. The Southern Tokyo and Ohio Prairie. I wasn't going that fast. Sir, you were going Mach 3 in a school zone. Kinsling. Monk. Hey, that's funny, is storming where I'm at now. The game has followed specifically you through everything. It knows your location, it knows your name, and it's going to make sure that the storm persists. You got places to be, but we'll be back soon. Alright, have a good one. See you in a little bit, I guess. We'll see. The stream might last another 8 hours, for all we know. Probably will. Ah. You know, I think Norvegicus is starting to grow on me. I like this train. I mean, admittedly, you know, I did name it after two things I like a lot, but... How is the run so far? Oh, it's going alright. We're 3 hours in and we've only made one trip. Actually, not even one trip. This is half a trip. So we might be here a little bit, but based on what I know, I don't think we have to go to the logging camp anymore. We might, but I don't think we do. I don't think it's a guaranteed requirement. And because of this, that's actually going to save us a lot of headaches, because honestly, going up to the to that area, horrible. Going up to the logging camp wastes so much time. And so since we don't have to go there anymore, life is good. I sadly just depart as well, but I hope I can enjoy it. If not, I can't wait to see the end of the challenge. Have a good one, Patsy. We'll probably have another video edited. I'm not sure it's going to be this week because, holy cow, it was so hard to make the stream highlights this last week, but we'll have one soon enough. And, worst case scenario, you can always rewatch the entire stream. So, my one concern about the end of the challenge here, right? I don't know if we're gonna have enough money. Because we need $5,375. Let's think. So we're gonna get 72 times 3 because we're doing that run. God, this is gonna be a headache to do the math on. So, the good news is we don't have to take away any money from our calculations. Nothing. Zilch. Nada. But, the bad news is, I'm not actually sure how much everything sells for. Like, I know some things. I know steak flats, I know rails, I know raw iron. I don't know oil. And I don't know boxcars. Need a plow in front of that engine. If we bought a snow plow, I would be in debt, and I would definitely lose the challenge. Let's see here. So, 72, 72, 72. 200. Plus 150 plus 300 plus 960 plus 100 72 72 72 I don't think we're gonna be that close to beating this run. Oh god. If this is... I'm legitimately hurting my head trying to figure out what's gonna go on. Hold on. Sorry, I have to take a screenshot of that because I love the way this train looks. I love mixed freight. It's beautiful. It's amazing. Alright, so if we're sitting at 26 rails... I'm gonna start loading these these two steak flats in the back, and then I'm gonna figure out some things here and there. I'm also a fan of mixed freight. Yes, mixed freight it's just love it. It's beautiful. I mean, unit trains have their time, their place, and their beauty, but come on now, mixed freight, mixed freight. Okay, so we need to go over here real quick, because we're going to be going down to the oil field again. We need to set it up so that we're doing that correctly. And I need to check how much cordwood is left. Zilch. So with 0 cordwood left, the raw iron's not actually going to make us any money. Well, it will actually. It's going to make us some cash. I mean, it's going to make us cash. It's not. It's not going to produce any beams or rails, or raw iron or rails. Sorry if my comments are late. The stream chat is running 20 seconds behind. That's a-okay. That's to be expected with live streams, you know? It's all part of the experience. And while I would love to have it so I could just instantly transmit my data, but mind you, I am trying to stream in 1440p QHD, so... 20 seconds of lag ain't too bad. Alright, so we want to bring those cordwood cars back home with us. Problem, we we have 6 cars and there's 3 there, which would mean we have a total of 9. Excuse me. By the rules of this challenge, we can only we can only ever run 8 cars at a time. Just noticed I was at 1% and my computer shut down. Yikes. Oof. That's no fun. That's another reason I haven't used laptops recently. I don't have to worry about battery life. It's nice, it's convenient, it's good. Hey, as long as you're still able to join the stream, that's what matters. Oop, I missed the jump. There we go. Well, with a little bit of stream downtime, trying to figure out a good story to tell. The only one I'm thinking of is another gross story, but do I really want to tell multiple gross stories, one per stream? What good stories do I have? Sad I can't get this game. I don't have a PC. Oh. We have been talking about PCs here on the stream a lot and like how much it costs to get a good one. And to run this game with, and we were looking at around $1,000, $900, that sort of price range. Not exactly cheap. Story time, badumtish. I was originally planning to make that the pun that I used for story time with Stir, but like, that doesn't really get the point across. Because one of the things I do in my YouTube video titles is I try and make the video title as straightforward as I possibly can. Because more people are more likely to click if they know what it is. If they don't know who I am and they see some lingo like episode 4 or something, you know, maybe not episode 4, but some sort of shorthand for it, everybody's gonna be like, what the heck is that? And they're not going to click on the video because they don't know, and they get frustrated. So story time is a good pun, and I would use it if it was viable, but unfortunately it's not. I guess I've got one story to tell. Have you guys heard my Ready Player One rant before? Because that's a fun one to tell. So, I don't know if any of you people have actually read Ready Player One. I assume some of you have. I don't know whether or not you liked it. I didn't. I hated that book. And I always like to sometimes bring up the ramble about why it just doesn't work. Because there are so many writing issues with the story. And it's not like, oh, there's a typo here, there's an error there. No, it's like the formatting and general premise of the story just doesn't work. And I might spoil the story. I mean, is there anybody in chat here that cares, like, severely about spoilers? Because if so, I'll avoid them. But the book's been out for many, many years, so I think most people wouldn't care. Alright, if you guys don't care then, let's jump right in. The biggest flaw of the story is exactly its biggest selling point. The references. It's kind of like the Mario movie, you know, where you're not necessarily going there for the story, but instead you're going there for, like, funny Mario moments. And, honestly, I'm kind of afraid I'm not going to like the Mario movie for that reason. Like, I'm a Mario fan, but also, if there's too many references, it might get a little overwhelming. But we'll get to the movies in a bit, because there is actually... God... Why? We'll get to the movies in a bit, because we actually do have some comments about them. Anyways, Ready Player One's biggest flaw, in my opinion, is the whole thing about the references every 5 frickin' seconds. Cause, like, I'm gonna put away... No, I'm not gonna put away that card, never mind. Do I really need to know about this one random obscure-ish fact from your childhood, Mr. Writer, sir? Do I need to know... Do you need to recite the script of a movie, word for word, just for a small reference, in the middle of something? Do you need to tell me the ins and outs of a Dungeons & Dragons dungeon as if you were, like, a Wikipedia article that was clearly written by a nerd? No. No, you don't. And the reason this sucks so much is because the premise of the story is actually good. I like the idea, which is, you know, this sort of dystopian world where everybody goes into this giant virtual reality, and the virtual reality is is basically reality at this point with how much it's used. But instead of focusing on the world of that virtual reality that is these people's reality, they focus on references to our reality. What the fuck just happened there? Anyways, they focus way too much on these sort of details about our reality and making as many references to these sort of pop culture and media surrounding games, and it's like, why does it care? Why do we care? Isn't that at least partially the premise of the Matrix? Exactly, it's at least partially the premise of the Matrix. But the thing that differentiates this from the Matrix, again, not in a good way, I hate this part, is, I hate this part. The references are the point of the story. The references are like, oh, the main character is trying to find a bunch of references so that he can understand the guy who made the Oasis, who died, and it has this big challenge going on where you're trying to collect keys, but you have to understand his riddles and his references. The problem is, even when they're not focusing on that main story plotline, there's so many references everywhere. And when they are focusing on the main storyline, it's unbearable how many references they throw in. There's so much that the rest of the story basically comes to a halt. And you're not reading Ready Player One, you're reading the Wikipedia article that a nerd clearly wrote. And I think the best example of this, in the third chapter, or second chapter, I don't remember, I think it was the middle of the second chapter, our protagonist, not player character, our protagonist gets a 25-cent coin. And at the end of the story, this 25-cent coin turns out to be another reference. Yay! The nickel is the quarter is basically a reference to arcade machines. It's an extra life. When you die, when your character dies in the game, that character is gone forever, right? But if you have the quarter, your character isn't gone forever. They instantly revive where they died. Maybe not with all their stuff, but they are alive. But the problem is, there was legitimately 2 to 3 pages of non-stop talk about the glitch in Pac-Man, where if you reach level 256, you would get this really glitchy stage that's really hard to beat. And it is possible to beat, but it's just, like, really weird, really glitchy, you know, one of the classic first glitches that anybody's ever really talked about in gaming. 3 pages. 3 pages of him describing playing a game of Pac-Man. And at the end of it, he got a random coin that seemingly didn't matter at the time. I forgot about that scene. I didn't read that scene in its entirety because I got so bored reading it that I skipped it, and I then just completely forgot about it. And so in the end, when the Deus Ex Machina came around, or Machina? I don't know the term, but whenever the stupid comeback came out of nowhere, it didn't feel justified. It didn't feel earned. He just randomly got it out of nowhere, out of thin air, out of a Wikipedia article. And I'm supposed to be invested in the fact that this guy survived a nuke in-game? It's stupid. I didn't even know Pac-Man had 256 levels. But the thing is, back in the day, 256 was the maximum size that you could store information on. And so that was just the maximum amount of levels that they had by default. So the references here were just so frequent, and that, like, 50% of the story was references, and that 50% I just constantly skipped because I didn't care. I don't need to know these references. What else is there? And the story, if you reach the last level, you restart. Yes, integer overflow. If you make it to the last level, the number would get too large, and so it would just go back down to 1. I assume it was a thing with 32-bit systems? Yes, I'm pretty certain that's what it was. So there you go, a little bit of Pac-Man trivia, that arcade machines, if you somehow made it to the last level of Pac-Man, the right-hand side of the machine would start glitching out. It stopped working correctly. The game worked, but the visuals didn't. And so you would have to play the last level of Pac-Man with half of the screen invisible. And that's what the reference was all about, and he spent 2 to 3 pages describing it. I couldn't care less. I already knew about the reference, and I wanted story beats, not a random reference that seemed like it didn't even matter. But the other problem I have with it is the world that they set up, which is this dystopian world where everybody puts on their VR headsets and they play in the Oasis and have fun all day. And like, people are building skyscrapers out of trailers. Like stuff. Trailer things. Like, not trailer things, but camping trailers. Or trailer homes. People are building skyscrapers out of those, and they're really janky and really, really horrible. After the first chapter, we never saw that world again. They blew it up, and they went entirely into the Oasis, and, like, occasionally, they would actually talk about it, but those very structurally sound, those not very structurally sound, like, skyscrapers, that would have been really fascinating to focus on. Like, to think about how do you protect your identity in this day and age, where, like, there's no way to do it. And they did have an answer for protecting identity, but it was an answer that was so straightforward and simple. It was basically, I'm going into a place that is, like, extremely protected after spending all my money. I'm going into the most protected place possible. That's boring. That's stupid. That doesn't create an interesting story, and besides, that wouldn't instantly solve the problem forever. But it did, magically, somehow. Like, why would going into a metal bunker prevent you from assassination? Especially if you are the most wanted person on Earth, because since he's a person who's trying to complete the challenge, and there's like a leaderboard that shows that he's completing the challenge, the big, bad, evil bad guys, they want him dead. So how is it that they aren't able to figure out he's there, and how is it that a big, evil corporation doesn't have the money to send assassins after him? He would be on the run. He wouldn't be going into the most obvious place to go. Ah! Okay, what other complaints do I have? XX Noob Slayer, XX no clips. How the heck could you finish that level? The way you would finish the level is memorizing the game. People have done it before. Like, all you need to do is just make sure you know the one half of the level that's glitching out. You know its arrangement. And memorize the patterns of the AI, because the AI is pretty simple. And you try and make sure you know where it is, so that you can avoid it and beat the level. It's really stupid hard, and I don't know how anybody can do it, but somehow somebody's done it before. So the book was a reference slogfest, in my opinion. And the most impressive part of the world building wasn't very thoroughly explored because the guy wanted to focus on the part that I hated most. It did not bode well for a good story. There's also another great example of how bad this was written was there was one moment in the story where a character died. Physically. In real life, not in game. And what happened was there was this one really emotional scene with his brother, who was talking to the main protagonist about, like, man, I'm so sad he's dead. But the thing is, his brother and the character who died were of the main cast of characters, were so underutilized that I didn't care. It was interesting, it was kind of cool, like, exploring the idea that he was actually assassinated by the evil corporation, but, like, it didn't raise the stakes. It just made me feel like it was a shameless thing to throw in danger at the last minute and try and make it seem like something dangerous and sketchy was going on. But no, it's like, I don't care. Who was this character again? Some Japanese guy? Okay, but I don't know his name because you never told it to me. At least you didn't tell it enough because I don't remember him. But the interesting thing about my ramble here, the really fascinating thing is Ready Player One has a movie. And the movie was good. Like, it still had flaws. It still had problems. But there was one critical element that changed everything. The references. In the movie, the references were still there. And they were still all over the place. And they were sometimes still very important to the movie. But instead of going into excruciating detail explaining every reference and its importance, Sonic the Hedgehog was a background character in a couple of scenes. And, like, that was it. That was the extent of the reference that they had, you know? There was stuff like Jurassic Park reference. Could happen in 5 seconds and be done. And it didn't matter if you knew it was Jurassic Park or not. It was there, and it just fit in with the movie's theme and style, and that was okay. And so every time that they had a reference that would otherwise have been really annoying to see in the book, excuse me, God. Every time they had a reference that would have been really tiring to see in the book, it was cut down to like a 2-second clip of a character just existing. And if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, you didn't, and that was okay. And it made everything so much more bearable. And also there were some mild improvements to the story in general, and the general theme, and making the story coherent and entertaining. I'm back, baby. Welcome back, JHR. Welcome to the stream. We're just clowning around, complaining about Ready Player One. As we do switching in the rain. Donk. I think there were some more complaints I had about Ready Player One, but I don't remember them all. Actually, I know there was some more complaints I had about Ready Player One. I've gone off for 2 hours before. 2 hours. Why are the tender lights different colors? Because it's funny, and I just want to see if I can annoy people. It's a really stupid reason, but that's why. Oh, Clyde, since you're here now, I might as well mention I now have the new computer fan. It's currently set to output on accident rather than input, I think. I don't know, but I believe it's output. Because I can feel the hot air blowing through. So, what side is generally the side that blows, or like the direction it's facing forwards to blow air forwards? Is it the side with the logo, or is it the side without the logo? Because I thought it was the side with the logo that would be the side that, oh my god, why? Ah! Because I thought it was going to be the side with the logo that would be blowing the air forwards. Because it just makes sense to me, but I can see an argument for otherwise, because maybe it's something where the air is blowing the other way around, because they know that you want the fans by default to be intake. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The logo usually pulls air in the case while it pushes air out the side without. That's what I was thinking would happen. Cause it makes sense that the company would be like, hey, you've bought our product, now display our logo on the outside of your computer, please. Will I ever make a video about my N-Scale collection? If there's enough interest in it, sure. Because I've got a large collection. Not the largest ever, but it could be fun to do. Yeah, and then you get ugly supports on the inside. The supports don't look too ugly, but then again, I don't really care because I can't see into my computer right now. By the way, I'm going to check my PC's power rating real quick. Where it's sitting at 77.5 degrees Celsius on the GPU, 80 on the CPU. So, still running about normal. And for the record, Clyde, even with the fan accidentally being an output fan rather than an intake fan, this has, like, drastically decreased the, brain. It's decreased my CPU and GPU temperatures by around 5 degrees Celsius. Motherboard is decreased by around 7. When I make videos, I just make whatever I want, which is probably why I only have 60 subscribers. That's a mood. Alright, so we're actually going to fill this car with 7 pipes before we get to road. And for me, I generally do whatever I want, whenever I want, sometimes, but it is a little bit easier to focus in and try to, find something that your following really enjoys. Sorry I have to go. No worries, Christopher. Have a good one. Thanks for joining in. Like, I found on YouTube that doing whatever whenever is not a great way to grow your fan base. You can do that once your fan base is already big enough that you're popular and have good stuff around you, but I'm not at that point yet, unfortunately. I would love to play a bunch of random games, but I don't think you guys would join for a Splatoon or Deep Rock Galactic stream. Well, I know some people would, but... Pulling forwards. We're going to spot this boxcar, and we're actually just going to leave it here while it loads, because it takes forever to load, and we have other things we need to worry about right now that are a little more pressing. Unlink. Open the door just for clarity's sake. And start loading. Ironically, I don't even have a working screen recording software, but Rare's Online it gets the most views for me. If you want a good screen recording software, you can use OBS. It's free, and it's what I'm using to record this stream. It's very robust. 10 out of 10 would recommend. It seems I'm a little bit late. Ended up playing Tears of the Kingdom until 3 a.m. Yeesh. Wow. We're doing well, Stock. We're currently on the first run of the day, which is not a good sign because we've been streaming for 4 hours. The timer is set off, or is incorrectly set, and, yeah. We are currently going to unload a couple of raw iron flat cars, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. I tried OBS, but my laptop is so much of a potato that I can't sustain a stable recording while playing RO. The way I fixed that, because OBS had that problem too, OBS was trying to run off of the graphics processing unit rather than the central processing unit. And because Railroads Online uses the graphics processing unit so much, it bogs down OBS. And so if you change OBS to the CPU instead of using the GPU, it runs much smoother in my experience. That would probably explain why the recording was only 1 frame every 5 seconds. Yeah, that it would. So I'd recommend changing that and seeing if it helps, because if it does, bada bing bada boom, OBS is the best. Oh, what am I doing? I need to go backwards. I'm dumb. Pah! This is okay. This is fine. Yeah, your VRAM probably just went 100%. Yeah, exactly. Because even if your VRAM isn't maxed out, OBS will lag. That's what I've found, at least. Because the GPU cores don't like it when that happens. I opened up OBS and immediately got hit with an update. Sounds about right. They do push updates relatively frequently. It's nice. Also, I was pulling through handbrakes that entire time. I knew it. I felt it. I could tell. Ah! Alright, 1, 2. We're looking at $250. I can buy another steak flat. Yay! Not yay. Alright, so we're reaching a point of the speed run where we actually have a really hard thing to consider. Our train is maxed out here at 8 cars. We cannot add another car right now. We need the pipes flat. We need beams, lumber, etc. We should probably take the hopper. But in total, we only technically have 3 mandatory cars. 4, actually. There's a box car we also need. But the problem is, that means if we have 4 mandatory cars, that means 50% of our train is already taken up. We already know what we need to do. The other 50%, though, isn't. And I have 5 cars that I can take, but only 4 cars can fit on the train. I think I know what the answer is. I think I know what I need to do, but... Oy, that is annoying. If anybody has any ideas on how to make this work really well, like what you think I should bring, what you think I should do, let me know. Because I do like having chat suggestions. Gravity run a single car after the train? I think, technically, according to the rules, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. It's something I physically could do. But the rules they have, I think that goes against the spirit of the rules, personally. What about stacking cars? Against the rules. The spirit of the rules is simple. If you can think of some way to break it, that means it's probably not what I intended. Where do I go in OBS to change what it runs on? I looked at the settings and can't find any mention of the GPU or CPU. Hold on. Ow. Let me check. Let me check. I think it's under advanced, maybe? Stream... Video... General... I'm not sure how I did it. I feel like it would be an output recording? I don't know. Yeah, click all the things till you find it, lol. 0.7% of the CPU. No, that's not it. I can confirm that's not how you set it up. I've tried, I'm not finding it. Weird. I guess I'm not too surprised, but I was hoping I'd be able to find it. Also, fun fact, OBS is currently using 30% of my CPU. That's a lot. It's like, what, 10 gigabytes of RAM? Yeesh. Oh, I'm not spotting for those flat cars. I'm an idiot. And brake, because we're going to hit that buffer. Donk. How much money do we have? Alright, only $250. Oh, for heaven's sake. Really? Okay, game, I see how it is. Ah. Walked away to get some water. Did I find the GPU/CPU switch? I didn't. I haven't been looking too hard, admittedly, but... Oh yeah, this is probably a good time. Computer is still at 76 degrees. I'm very happy with this new computer fan and how well it cools. Clyde, as the mild computer nerd here who knows a little bit more than I do you think having a third intake fan is a good idea? Or should it be an output fan? Output? Whatever the term is. Outtake? Which do you think would be better for a third fan in the computer? Also, do you think adding a second graphics card would be a smart idea? Because I have a no. Yeah, actually, sorry. I have a GTX 970. Just floating around the house. Don't ask me why I have a random graphics card just sitting there. I do. think you set that when you set up your stream. Maybe, I don't think that's how I set it up. Because I did it for recording, not for stream. I believe that I can only change it when I'm not on stream. That might be something, but it's not when you click the button to say go live or whatever it does. You know? Speaking of stream, how's the quality? Just quick check, because been going for a couple hours, and we are on a new 2K monitor, and I just want to make sure that the stream quality looks good. Stream, good. Good to know, good to know. Glad to hear. Because when I got the replay back, it looked a little bit patchy, and like the bitrate was a little bit low, so hopefully that's not the case today, but we'll see, I guess. Give it up for hour 4, everybody. We've hit the 4-hour mark. Did some googly. Apparently OBS cannot run solely on the CPU because it needs the GPU for recording. Interesting. Well, I mean, that does make sense, because you need to be able to graphically process what's going on in your recording. But you should be able to have it, like, focused on that, I guess. Focused on the CPU more than the GPU for that. Woot Woot joined in time for the 4-hour mark. Hello, Dak. Welcome to the stream. I am currently doing some clownery, as is to be expected. And we're talking a little bit about computers, which is like a reoccurring theme on the channel. Not that I'm complaining, I like computers, but Clyde, unfortunately, has not answered my question, so I don't know if if my idea was stupid or smart. So I guess to try and explain what the heck I'm doing, I am trying my best to get these pipes and some lumber delivered to the to a place whose name eludes me. To the... we have a handbrake on. Welcome back, Johnny. Just in time to get the explanation of what we're doing. We're bringing pipes and lumber over to the refinery. And then after that, we're going to go up the hill to the log camp for the final time. We are getting close to the end of the playthrough. Did you miss anything? Not too much. We had a little more computer talk. I'm trying to remember how long ago you left. You probably left the really cute story about my girlfriend. Or missed the cute story. I don't know if you were there for the one about my father. What else is there? We had a couple of derailments. For some reason, just trying to push two cars together, the train just derails every time. And like, that's it. That's the only problem I've been having. Is the train wants to derail when something like this happens. Didn't derail this time. Thank God. Surely the extra graphics card would help. I would use an extra fan to push out heat, make sure flow is good. Yeah, because I'm definitely going to get a second fan. Or third fan. Have I had my annual rant about the Uinta? Yes. we had our annual rant. Surely the extra So one thing I could actually do is buy two fans, because they're not too expensive, and I could have like maybe one for intake, maybe one for output, or maybe two for output for all I know. Could be fun. And the extra graphics card I'd probably use for like OBS and stuff, I guess. Ah, yes, Stir's anti-Uinta monologue. It's part of the channel now. It has to happen. I mean, it already happened in the stream. We don't need to talk about it again. But I guess I'll tell the cute little story about my girlfriend. Because, something that some people didn't notice is this engine here, number 19. I chose that number for a reason. It's special to me. 19 is special to me. And so when I was trying to come up with a name for the engine itself, I wanted to come up with something else special for me. Which is this. It's not actually special to me per se, Norvegicus, but it's special to my girlfriend because she is obsessed with rats. And that's the scientific name for rat. And so I thought I'd just give a little homage to her because, well, she's important to me, just like the number 19. I think she's more important than the number, but... I would make the up for debate joke, but I don't want to hurt her feelings because I know that's not at all true. It certainly helps if air has a good constant direction of flow. That is true. So, my computer has 5 sides that I can attach fans to. There's one on the front that's blowing in, and there's one fan on the front that's blowing in. There's one fan on the side that's more exposed, that's currently blowing out. That was a mistake. I want it to blow in right now. And I'm thinking that then the back, the underside, and the other side will be output fans. Because those ones have a little less space to go into and to push air from. And they usually say, put it on the bottom and put it on the back, so... To be fair, you try pulling a 40-ton train up a 7.5% grade around a 30-yard radius curve and see what kind of motive power you need. Yeah, but that's not really in the spirit of the game, in my opinion. That's basically the whole spiel. Is running those massive, super heavy trains is like not really what you should be doing to have fun with the game. And I mean, some people have fun with it, but long term it's just gonna run out of, you're gonna run out of steam and lose interest. Or the rats of unusual size. Ah yes, rats. Super cute. Ever see a rat, a New York City rat the size of a small cat, and she would have a different opinion. I think she wouldn't. She really likes rats. It's actually really funny though, because she got the obsession from playing a game which had one rat character that she got obsessed with, and everyone else was like, oh, you like rats? Here's a bunch of rat pictures. And she's like, I don't like rats. I'm not really a big fan of rats, but I appreciate the pictures. And it slowly turned from this sort of meme into an actual obsession. I can't blow out the bottom because the computer is sitting on carpet, so it can depend on what is around your computer. Every so often I get the vacuum out and gently clean dust buildup out. What's around my computer is, it's sitting on top of a desk, and there's 2 walls flanking it. There's one with a window, one without. The window is on the side, and the other wall is up the back. There's one side that's very open, but it's kind of facing into my computer setup. Like I have a monitor stand on my desk and another computer, which isn't that very big of a computer, so it doesn't do much, but I don't ask why I have 2. The front is sticking out over my desk, and of course the bottom is facing into the desk itself. It's a very nice wooden desk that we picked up for like $60. 2 by 6 feet. It's very formal looking, very cozy. I love this desk. It's so good. I'd say always have at least one more intake fan than output fan, so there's positive pressure in the case. That helps with dust, especially if the intake fans have a dust filter. That's smart. What I'm thinking is on the bigger, more open side that's facing in towards my computer, I'll have 2 intake fans, and then I'll have an intake fan on the front, because those are the sides that are more exposed and have better access to cool air. And then on the back and on the side, I will add a couple of output fans. Alright, she's loaded. Hope y'all, I guess not y'all, but I hope that we're gonna have enough space to fit this in at the, refinery. So I'm thinking with those fans, we'll have 2 intake fans on the side, 1 on the front, 1 output on the back, and maybe 2 on the side, maybe 1, somewhere in that range. You want to talk about formal looking? Nothing is more formal than a top hat. You should get channel art of you wearing one or buy one and wear it. Get one of those, like, get a channel emote of some kind. That'll be fun. Having a channel emote that's just me sipping a cup of tea. I'm not a computer person, but couldn't you theoretically have a computer case made out of perforated sheet steel and or grate/grill material? I think that's basically what computers are made out of already. The computer I have right now, or the case I have, has a lot of airflow because the steel, there's a bunch of holes in it, you know? It's basically just a frame. And I would leave it as an open frame if durian wasn't going in. I don't want durian just waltzing into my computer and accidentally hurting herself. But I could, actually, to help with airflow, I could take off the sides that she can't actually, reach. So that way she doesn't hurt herself, but I still get a little bit of extra airflow. I could take off, like, the side, the other side. I could take off the, excuse me. The bottom. Actually, I can't take off the bottom because then it doesn't have its stubby little legs. Oh well, that's okay. Also, yes, hello Clyde, welcome back. As for dust filters, there's this weird magnetic sheet that goes on top of the sides. Is that for dust? Because it seems to be a lot more fine than the big holes on the front and the back. Clyde, we were just talking about where the fan locations are. So, Clyde, the fan locations currently are, there's one on the front that's intake, and one on the more exposed side that's output. I meant to make it intake rather than output, but I messed up. And I'm thinking I'm gonna buy a couple of fans that are, I'm gonna buy like 3 more fans, put one on the back that's output, make the one on the side input again, put another one on the side that's input. Can I only have one fan in the front? I don't know. I feel like I saw something that said I could have multiple, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at the... Actually, hold on. I can figure this out as we back this train up. Okay, fan. Fan. So, the case here is showing a 20 centimeter fan times 1, a 12 centimeter times 2, or a 14 centimeter times 2. So it seems I could swap out the fan in the front for something else. I'm not entirely sure why I would, but... Yeah, it's kind of funny, the rat attack. It's almost like they just threw the rat at him. They probably did just throw the rat at them, and I love it. So I can have one 200 or two 140/120 fans. Yes, exactly. And I'm thinking... the back fan can be up to 140 millimeters. The side fans can be up to 140 millimeters. The top fan can be up to 140 millimeters. In fact, actually, you can have 4 fans on the top. You can have 212 and 214, or 412 if you want. Which is just beautiful. I kind of want to do it just so I can flex. That's a bit of airflow, lol. Yeah, just a little bit. It's not much, you know. Honestly, the only problem with this is I am a little bit crunched for cash, because I'm trying to focus on... I'm trying to focus on getting channel art, too. But I think getting a couple of computer fans wouldn't hurt. Unlimited fans! I'm a fan of the idea. I'll show myself the door. Aren't there liquid-cooled computers out there that use a glycol solution? Probably. I would bet the answer is yes. Because I know there's liquid-cooled PCs. I'm kind of scared to try and figure out how to make those work, and I'd rather just stick to airflow, but... I need to figure out what the CFM on this one fan is, the big one in front, because if it's not much CFM, maybe I need to replace it. I was gonna suggest just get an industrial fan and then just have your microphone in a motorcycle helmet so people couldn't hear the air. Money. Money. The liquid-cooled machines don't seem to make enough difference to make it worth it. Air cooling is almost as effective and probably works out cheaper and certainly less risky. What case do I have again? I have the Core V21. It's a Thermaltake product. It's very boxy. It's like 13 square inches plus a small extension on the front of the case. That's like 3 inches. Micro ATX, which I'm surprised I got a... I'm really surprised I got an RGB motherboard. I was not expecting an RGB motherboard, but... So what's the plan after this stream? The Ko-Fi versus Flub Club streamathon? Honestly, Dak, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is after this stream. Next Saturday is going to be a donor stream, for sure. It's going to be one where people who've donated can hop in and help. I think I'm leaning towards the idea of starting a new save with donors, but I'm also considering upping the general price of how much it costs to join in streams and whatnot. Except for like maybe people who spend $5 a month will get like one stream a month or one stream every 2 months, but. And YouTube, we've added in YouTube memberships. Hi, kitty. Which I don't have anything too special for yet, other than like new YouTube posts. Hey, you. Wanna come on up? Come on. Step up here. Hi, kitty. Well, you'll never guess who just came back. And you'll also never guess that the cat camera is falling. You're doing alright. Okay, she's not coming back. She's standing in front of chat, which I cannot read. You know what? I'm moving her cat bed so that she has a more comfortable place to sit. And I'm putting it in the most awkward place possible for me, but maybe she'll enjoy it. She seems confused. I'm just trying to get her out of the way of chat so that I can continue reading it. I've been thinking about building my own railroad. I already got a name for it. The Weatherford, Anadarko, Nikina, and Kingfisher Railroad. Hey, kitty. Want to try this out? Because I really want to read chat. Hold on. Let's put you down here. There you go. It's a little bit uneven, but cat bed. Oh, I see what kind of acronym you went for. I was thinking it was something else, which is also a course term. It stands for male genitalia in some language. What language was it? It was not. It was. I believe it was Indian, Native American Indian. I'm not trying to be insensitive here. That is the terminology that the friend who taught me this said they wanted to hear. At least I think it is. I hope it is. But looks like the CFM for the 200mm fan at full speed is 129 to 130. Ooh, nice. And I believe the other fan had at least 80 plus CFM. The 140mm one I got. So life is good with fans. Took me a while to find towns in Oklahoma that would make a realistic shoreline railroad. It can be hard to find good town names to make realistic stuff, but I've been getting fairly good at it. By the way, the Central Atlantic and Union actually has town names now. Not all town names, but enough town names. We've got the town... What towns do we have? We have the town of Myrtle, and the town of, Rotman. Not Ratman, Rotman. Durian is chewing on my pet graham cracker packaging again. Do you know the story of the Royal Gorge War? Isn't that the war where the Santa Fe and the Denver Rio Grande shot at each other, like, one time, and a couple of people died, and then they went to court? And eventually the Denver Rio Grande won the court battle, and they got the rights to the region? I feel like that's the first story I think of. Yes, that is the story. It's a good little story, a fun one. My personal favorite of those old, weird, like, Wild West style days of railroads companies doing really weird bullshit is the Erie Gauge War. The one time that they had, like, a law that said that every railroad had to use a different gauge in town, and then one in the town of Erie, and then one person's like, hey, screw that, and they just built the regular gauge. The townsfolk came up, started tearing it up, and the railroad baron went out of their way to come there personally and shoot people. It was a literal battle over who got to build a route through the Royal Gorge in Colorado. Oh, that's funny. Ah, the 1800s, when you want the when you want the track built, but got to worry about other railroad workers shooting you. It was a wild time. Also, you know, that could be really funny. If there was a game where you could, like a railroad building game, where you could actually injure other players. And you're trying to be the first to build, like, a transcontinental railroad or something. Also, let me grab a link to the side fans that I've been using, by the way. Just for a frame of reference. hold on. I got the link straight from Roseville. Oh, right. That's Discord. Wrong place. Kitty, what are you doing? I don't want you back there. Okay, she's not doing the bad things. She's not breaking everything. Hi, cat. Please do not chew on the cables. I feel like I'm just asking her to do, like, a whole bunch of things. Constantly requesting. I was talking to Flywheel, and I'm wondering how, for the poor schmuck in the train order station, by himself having to worry about Indians and robbers, now apparently rival railroad workers. There is a railroad shooter game and it's not Choo Choo Charles. Hi, Kitty. Yes, I know my father spoke. Most railroads going in and out were standard gauge. The city of Erie, Pennsylvania, decided to capitalize on the stopping of trains for the gauge break and raise the prices of everything to sift the poor travelers trying to get through the state of Ohio. Sounds about right. Oh man, the 1800s were a wild time for railroading. It's a very complicated, nuanced story, I can imagine. I choose to shoot you. I'm sorry about the microphone bonk there. That's not what I meant to do. Do I need even more reverser? Do I have handbrakes on? I immediately uninstalled Pokemon Go as soon as If you enjoy reading, you should find yourself a copy of A Treasure Railroad Folk by Botkin and Harlow. There's some fascinating stories in that book. Pokemon Go to the polls. That was such a dumb line. I mean, it was memorable, but like... Wet tracks doesn't make a difference yet. Yes, it doesn't make a difference. I think I just have a handbrake on somewhere. I'm gonna check. Real quick. Hi, King. Oh god. No. There. That's okay. That's fine. She does not seem to understand that I don't want her on my computer. Or at least not on my desk. $99? Excuse me? I think I'll just buy more computer parts. I'll just buy more fans. I keep my computer cool. I have a case with many fans. Clyde, we were talking about adding an additional 8 fans to my case. Was it a serious conversation? No. Was it a fun one? Yes. $99 is 20 stream slots. Well, for now it is, Taco. Or Dak, bleh. I am planning on upping the price, again, as I mentioned earlier, for stream slots, a little bit. Still leaving intact the $5 a month tier for people who just want to support me and get behind-the-scenes stuff, but... in-game, because I'm broke. $5 per stream was the proposed idea. No, that's a little bit too much. I was thinking so like $15 to $20 per month, and $5 users would be able to join in on a stream or video once every so often, like once every 1 to 2 months. Because if you check the channel, again, I've been setting up channel memberships slowly, and I'm trying to figure out how to fairly set up the rewards for that and price it and whatnot. And channel rewards are a little bit finicky right now because I don't have all the emotes ready. But excuse me. $20 gets me my blue shell a month. I'm not sure what you mean by blue shell, but $20 would be a backstage access pass, which is what you're already on, so... or, like, full backstage. I was honestly really tempted to add a $500 a month subscription for channel members. Just to have, like, You are insane. I love you. Just like leave that there. Nobody would buy it, but Flub Club, aka the Turtle Club? No, Flub Club is just for Clyde and Luna at this point. Nothing else. It's not quite a moderator role, but it's effectively one. Alongside being able to record in some videos here and there. And bonk. Gosh, dang it. This tender likes derailing so much. And I think we took the caboose out in the process. What the heck is it doing? Alright, caboose. Did you know that the Erie Railroad at one point published in their timetables tons of terrible jokes about themselves as a punishment to passengers, to the passengers for telling them the same terrible jokes? That's interesting. Plot twist. So it gave you access to join the recording silliness. Some recordings, not all. I would start recording more often, methinks, if I got enough people who like recording more often with subscribers indicted. If I got more people, I got more people onto that tier, but gotta go. Have a good one, TTTT. See you around. Alright, can we spot these cars? Oh, these have handbrakes on too. Unfortunately, I'm one of the few US subs. The rest are Swedes. I mean, Bear Jangles, he's a US sub. So's Eon. And I believe Pocky is too, though Pocky isn't really able to join as much, unfortunately. Who's this Eon guy? Never heard of him. I don't know. He's a weirdo who forgot that yesterday there's a train ride going on. Family duties. Oof. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Are we talking about YouTube subscribers or Ko-Fi? We're talking Ko-Fi paid stuff here. Because Dak is currently my highest paying subscriber, or Ko-Fi stuff. That I need to remember to distinguish between subscribers for paid stuff and subscribers for free stuff. Because there's a big difference there. There's also members. I guess I can call them members because we've got the YouTube members now. But Dak is currently the highest paying at $20 a month. Because I just provide a few backstage pass, sneak peek, random stuff, because people care about my content enough. I might as well give them a little bit of a backstage pass if they're willing to help support me indirectly. And I mean, the fact is, I say like, oh, subscribe. Honestly, those are like really good ways to support me if people can't do so financially, because it really helps the video on the algorithm, and it really helps boost my ego. Cat, why? I think the cat really likes laying down in front of my computer. How lone is that oak? Southern? Very. This is the only engine we're ever gonna buy, and the only train we're ever gonna run with the only engineer we're ever gonna do. This limits slots because we don't need a lot of trolls. Yeah, that's the main thing. Is if I let just anyone join, you know that somebody would come in, spawn in a Tweetsy, and immediately ram it into everybody else's trains and die. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna try something. I have an idea. Is it a good idea? I don't know. But I know nobody said that in chat, but I'm asking it myself. Because I honestly do not know if this is a good idea. But if Durian likes laying down over here... Hi, Kitty. Or have a handcar derail a passenger train. Exactly. I didn't mean to knock that down, whatever that was. It's a bit of a mess on the desk, but we have the cat. Don't tempt me with that $500 a month membership. I'll do it. You know how irresponsible I am with money. I don't think I'm really gonna put up that, but for the record, the stream looks good. No buffering and crunchy FPS. Perfect, perfect. I'm glad to hear. We need to be able to place down buildings like cabins from the logging camps. Agreed. We need some way to make our towns feel a little more towny, you know? Make it actually feel like it's lived in. And just regular old, like, engine sheds. That's okay, it works, but it's not exciting. Once I pay for that brass challenger and my 5 DCC installations, I can do it in law. I need to learn how to install DCC, honestly. I haven't done it before. But What about placing telegraph poles alongside the line and connecting telegraph offices? That would be sweet. Like, you can only teleport to telegraph offices that are connected. Not necessarily directly, but within the same network. That would be awesome. It would also make things a little bit harder for people, but because, you know, you have to place all the telegraph poles down, but maybe it'd make teleportation a little bit harder and a little bit more balanced than just let me teleport instantly. It doesn't matter what it is. You actually have to do a little bit of setup to make it work, you know? Could be fun. Exactly, but consider the realism and the sheer awesome looks. Exactly, exactly. And, again, it would actually add, like, a little bit of a challenge to making it work, rather than just be like, oh, I've got all the telegraph offices I ever need. No. You must build it from the ground up. You must connect your system. And you could have it so, like, the telephone poles automatically connect if they're within a certain distance of each other. That would be awesome. I love that idea. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Places so many poles that it looks like a wall. Cat lookout window? Now my day is so much better. She's not looking out a window right now, actually. She's, hold on, I'll show you. She's sitting below my monitor. Hey, kitty. How you doing? I think she's happy that I'm just letting her sit out here. And she's a good kitty. Got on call, what did I miss in the last half hour? Not much, TK, mostly just shameless plugs and talking about the future of memberships on the channel. And a little bit of computer stuff, more computer stuff, because of course we're talking about computer stuff. So at this point in time, we have $602. Let's tack onto that another 602 plus 60 plus 80 plus 80 because of that. 72 plus 72 plus 200. Excuse me. This 150. 9 times 4 minus 9 times 4 because I meant to do 9 times 40. It's 9 times 40. It's 90, 60. minus 9060 plus 960 is 300 plus 960. It's 40 times 10. We are going to be cutting this really close, but I think we have a shot at beating the game today and repaying our entire loan. Hey, King. How you doing? Thought experiment. Supposing the developers add reefer cars to the game, do you think they'll add ice houses to the wayside structures and make them so you have to periodically add ice to them? Potentially. Maybe. No. No water. Oh, I left my brake on, didn't I? I did, but I can't see because the cat's in the way. The cars, not the ice houses. It would definitely be something for the cars. Speaking of TOO, did you know that CSX still has one train order station in use? I did not. That's interesting. Why do they have it? Well, what's the point in this modern day and age for train order houses? How close? We're looking at, like, this might be so close that it's within $50. A $50 range of either passing or not passing. Depending on whether we succeed or not. Unless you're German, nobody likes warm beer. Fun fact, I've never actually drank anything. At least nothing alcoholic, you know. I'm 22, I've had the chance to, I just haven't really bothered. Is the challenge coming along successfully, or is the derailing caboose sabotaged plans? So far, it's coming along. By my calculation, we're gonna be able to beat this reasonably well. Of course, it's good. I shouldn't say reasonably well. It's gonna be close. I don't know if we're going to win. Get it, a lot of liquor is an acquired taste. Well, I've never even just tried it to begin with, you know. Cat is elsewhere. She's not in the room right now. Also, can you stop doing the bagel thing? It's just kind of weird. I guess for the liquor comment, though, I am a picky eater. That is very true, so I wouldn't know. The real question is how long it'll take for you to actually beat the challenge. Yeah, that is the question at this point in time. Because it's gonna be a little bit of a headache. Yeah. I think I just swallowed a cat ear. Yeah, that feels weird. Man, you know, we brought up food on the last stream, didn't we? And we brought it up on this one, too. I think I can power break this one safely. Beer was a common commodity shipped by rail in the 19th century, but it wasn't shipped very far because it wouldn't survive the journey. Switch left. And the stream has officially gone on for 5 hours. That it has! It's another one of these streams that's gonna take me 8 hours to complete. This is not sustainable, and I'm glad that I'm only doing this challenge this week and that we're returning to normality next week with something more fun. Or, not more fun, but something that's not quite as time constrained. Boo, I'll be out of town next week. My fire is going down. I usually notice when my fire is going down, and I actually let it run out over time. Just to try and conserve some energy, some of the fire, but... Hi, Keeney. It's really funny to see people come up and be like, oh, your fire's going down. Here, I'll fix that for you. I'm like, dude, I know. Please don't touch it. I like letting it burn out for a little bit. Hi, cat. I think she wants attention. Lincoln pin check. We're good. That doesn't matter right now, but I'll take it out just for safety's sake. And We're good. Oh, I've got a little bit of heck to worry about, I just realized. Oh, gosh. I need to get the regular flat car near the front of the train. Where am I at with the loan repayment? Not very far into it. The, the thing is, this run is going to make us so much money that I think we're going to be able to make it, just with this run alone. It's a seriously ridiculous amount. Unpinned. I guess I'll put a handbrake on. Hi, Kitty. Welcome back. You don't get to see much of her. And she knocks down the webcam in the process. Why do I have two different colored marker lamps on my tender? Because it's funny. And people ask why I have two marker lamps on my tender. Because the ones in the front of my train are normal, but the ones in the back are a little goofy. Durian is back. Will she try and drink Stir's water again? It looks like the answer is no. She's just laying down. Hold on, I gotta put up the webcam again. Because... cat. Your railroad, your operating rules. Exactly. I did not mean to take the caboose with me. I thought I unpinned that thing. Why is it still here? Told you several times to get unpinned. I've never actually done the marker lights on locomotives and cabooses very much, because it just... There's a lot to do for that, and I'm just not too interested in it. What's my favorite Nerf gun? I don't really do Nerf. I don't really do guns. My family is a Quaker family. And we here at the Oat Company, we advocate for pacifism. So. Durian staring down the audience intensely. This is what you get for wanting a cat cam. Oh, you know what I just realized? Durian was sitting on a GameCube controller. And I just knocked over my webcam again. Okay, hold on. There. All's well, Kenny. Milton Hershey of Hershey Chocolate was a Quaker? Interesting. The more you know. Do Quakers deal with home invaders without paste spoons? Generally speaking, I've only ever had one home invader in my life. That was somebody who knew we were out of the house and entered and stole my laptop. And I'm really salty about that to this day because my mother tried to insist that I just misplaced it even though I knew I had put it there, and she only believed me that it was stolen when she realized that her credit card was missing. Anyways, favorite train? Currently Pulsa number 2. It's a pretty little logo. Oatmeal cookie shurikens. Hit the caboose. If you traveled back into the 1800s knowing about everything that would happen in the coming years, what would you invent? I wouldn't invent anything. I would just invest. I would invest in certain railroads and try and get my money's worth. Oh, are you kidding me? Is there really no link in there? Oh, it's double link. Gosh dang it. Because, like, if you go to somebody and say, yeah, the railroads are going to do really well and invest in that, you know, you'll get yourself some good cash. Patent the Bessemer process for making steel. Be a millionaire. Favorite piece of classical music? I don't really listen to classical music, so I don't know. Is Moonlight Sonata's third act... Does that count? Alright, so, also, while I'm thinking about it, I should explain what we're actually doing on this journey. So we've obviously got the hopper for iron ore. We've got the cordwood cars for the smelter. We've got... Wait. I guess that's actually everything we've already done, huh? So then we're going to do pipes to the oil field. And those are going to be filled with lumber and beams. The one car of beams and the one lumber car is going to go to the iron mine, and the other car of beams will go to the oil field. I love the 1812 overture. The 105mm howitzer cannons in the orchestra. Hall of the Mountain King, that's a good one. Although I've heard it a lot of times. The 1812 Overture is disappointing because they only fire the cannons 4 times. 0 out of 10, I want a refund. I want my money back. Ode to Joy is great too. That's a nice simple one. I like that. See, though, most of the music I listen to is like dubstep and EDM. It's got nothing on AC/DC's for those about to rock. Can you guys even see the cat in that camera picture? It's really hard to tell. Is that better? Hold on, I'm gonna look at OBS. Oh yeah, that's way better. It literally uses big chunks of metal. But tish. Tchaikovsky, you can't just use 21 cannons. No, what was it? Tchaikovsky, you can't use cannons to make music. Yes, I can, and I'm going to use 21 of them. Tchaikovsky, no. Tchaikovsky, yes! Tchaikovsky, always, yes. Honk. Honk. Oh yeah, we have more than enough beams to complete the run. See, one sneaky little thing I'm going to do. On the final trip back to the freight depot, I'm going to fill all these cars with beams. 100%. But I'm gonna unload them at the iron mine. Because that way we get the money, but we don't have to deliver them to the freight depot, which is super important because we would have to, brain. Super important because we're stopping by the smelter. And at the smelter, we can pick up rails and raw iron really easily. And doing that, we can basically double the amount of cash that these cars are making. Hello, poor lord. No worries about making it late. We're still going strong. We're gonna be here at least another hour. Maybe 2. Trying to get this to show the cat well. There we go. That's a decent camera angle. Kind of mediocre, but it's the best they can do on short notice. Maybe in that time Durian will reset the timer again. I hope not. Anybody ever seen the Dodge commercial from like 2007 where they set car stunts and explosions to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony? I don't remember this, but that sounds amazing. It's on YouTube someplace. Nice, nice. I'm gonna teleport ahead. Because I'm gonna be able to do something fun. Here's a fun little glitch that you can do. It is the teleport house glitch, where you don't actually place the telegraph office, but it still lets you view everything. So I've come here to make an announcement. No, I've come here to try and get a screenshot of the train flying by. I feel like it would be here by now. There it is. By flying by, I mean flying off. Hey, this train's reliable. In fact, I think we still have all our cars. Yes, we do. Haha, we did it. Cat has decided to join you watching stream on bed. And that's a good thing for a cat to join in on. Did I ever talk to my dad about recording piano music for the channel? Not really. Could be fun, but again, I was focused this last week on making sure the stream video came out on time, and yesterday I went out to that train thing, so. How's he doing? He seems to be doing well. He just got home recently. I haven't talked to him today because, you know, he leaves for meeting before I wake up, usually. Honestly, I'm really impressed. Today I woke up at 9 a.m. or 9:30. Dude, I've been waking up at 2 p.m. pretty consistently. Brakes on full because we're going to smack into that boxcar a little bit hard. I don't think the brakes are going to be able to stop us in time. Donk. Hey, we didn't completely bin it. But now the boxcars have run away. Welcome back, Sax. We're about to end the stream. No, we're not. I just want to see Sax react to the curse. I wake up at like 5 a.m. because my curtains are garbage and I let the sun directly into my eyes. See, when we first moved into this house, order of priority number 1, my dad made sure we had blackout curtains in my room. Your new job's shift starts at 6 a.m. Oof. Hopefully that's manageable for you. Because I know I would die. Alright, so we should have 9 steel pipes. Perfect. Blackout curtains cost like $40 in Eastern Oregon for some reason. Weird. Honestly, that might be about as expensive as it is here in Portland, but for how much better it makes my nightly rest, it's worth it. $662. Okay. I'm used to it as part of working in my trade. Oof. I mean, I know some people can handle that. And I used to do that in high school, actually. I would wake up at 6 a.m. because I had classes at 8. Wanted to make sure I was there on time. Alright, last pipe. Been waking up at 4 to get a 6 a.m. job. I'm a brain-dead zombie before my morning coffee. Understandable. Recently, I've been, like, waking up at better hours slowly but surely, and I think, hilariously, it's because of YouTube. I guess just my spirits have been lifted, and I'm no longer quite as sad as I was before. My fire? That's fine. This is like the 3rd time somebody's brought it up this stream. The fact is, I like letting the fire cool down. I let it go to 100 on the fire temperature, and then I refuel. That's usually what I do. And it's really funny because everybody's like, oh, your fire temperature's going down, and then they'll jump in the locomotive and they'll refuel it. And it's like, yeah, well, I was trying to save fuel intentionally. Not that it matters much, admittedly, but so once we clear that switch, gonna go over, throw it this way. I think we're gonna give it a tiny little kick and hope that it doesn't make it out onto the main line. My morning coffee is Barks root beer. I can't drink Barks, or at least I wasn't able to in the past. I don't know if I can now, but Barks has caffeine in it. Which is probably the reason you're drinking it, but caffeine has been a nightmare for me. I used to eat... what was it? It was a Cliff Bar. I want to say it was the mint chocolate chip Cliff Bar. I used to eat it daily. It caused me such serious heart problems that I had to stop within like a month. Alright, so once we grab this boxcar onto the iron mine, on a regiment of 4 cans a day, alternating between Barks, whatever flavor of Mountain Dew that I like, that Kroger had when I stocked up, usually Code Red, Voltage, or Thrashed Apple. Interesting. Yeah, I cannot caffeine. Though, part of me wonders, a few years ago I had a really, really nasty event in my life, and part of me wonders if the palpitations were based off of that to some degree rather than the caffeine issues, but it seemed maybe it was a mix of both. I don't know. Oh man, this reminds me of a story. We had one kid in high school who would always be 5 minutes late to class because he was making coffee. And it's not like he was making coffee in between classes or anything, and so he was late because he had to wait for the coffee because he didn't have enough time to do it between classes. He was on break. He was on break the previous hour, and he'd always show up late. 5 minutes on the dot. Some people legitimately have caffeine sensitivity. Yeah, I do believe I do. I just don't know the extent of the caffeine sensitivity. Maybe I need to try again, because I really did love those mint chocolate Cliff Bars. How far along am I on the challenge? This is the second to last run that we need to do. Once we complete this, we're almost home free. Like, this run, then we just have to get the oil barrels to the freight depot. And hopefully get enough money along the way to actually repay our loan. That was not that fast! Oh my god. This game does not like your trains moving into one another at all. Why? One of those days. So we've got a few cars waiting at the smelter. I think it's only one right now, but... Yes, only one. The brewing is done in a restaurant-style coffee machine. And my computer died again. I should really plug it in. Yeah, you really should. Second time, baby. I had a nightmare earlier today trying to derail my iron ore mine train because it was a curve on a curve I edited in studio. Interesting. I've actually had nightmares about the game before. Nope. Cat movement. Oh yeah, I can hightail it. Hi, kitty. If she's moving, I might as well turn it off. Seems she's moving, but she's also just readjusting the location. Hey. And for some reason, she's sitting on my my mouse cable. It only derailed because I edited the curve, so when it loaded the cars where they used to be. While the track had ever... Oh, I see. Train go boom. Yeah, that's why you don't edit underneath the train. We have a small problem. Oh boy. Well, this is the first mainline derailment of the day. I'm gonna need to get my train and bring it back. Some curves were rearranged to where some trees were. And I learned that the hard way. Who wants to bet that the boxcar caused this derailment? I mean, I kind of already know it did. But... I'm so confused, though. Where do we lose it? Because every other time I've done this, the train has done just fine. So why is it that... Oh gosh, dang it. Well, I guess since it's faster than driving the train, I'm gonna walk. I sincerely hope it's just the one boxcar that's a problem. Cat took my keyboard for a bit. Classic cat moment. How far up did we jump the tracks? Here? No. Jeez Louise, this was a long way back. How did we derail? Where did we derail? Welcome back, Christopher, by the way. Welcome to the stream. We've had a derailment, and I don't know where it is. Computer's back on, but it's being weird. The entire format of YouTube changed. Weird, funky. I see it back there. I see it in the darkness. And I don't see all the cars. Never mind, I see all the cars. Only 2 survived. Wow. Okay, handbrake's on. I think if anything... I'm gonna try and put this back in the order that it was before. Had to restart my phone. Apparently I missed a mystery derailment. Seems that the derailment was caused by the boxcar overspeeding. The boxcar, for some reason, has been notoriously bad. It's been horrible with speed derailments. Like, even worse than the caboose somehow. Right, there it is. I see that light in the distance. So, yeah, we have to run this boxcar twice. This is gonna be fun. Put the boxcar in timeout. I don't have the money to do that. It is really funny, though. This boxcar is derailed every time we put it on this route while it was better at derailing. Janky physics, strike again. I'm gonna check something for a second. Don't mind that the train has stopped and the audio's just running. The 10 mile is even worse than the boxcar caboose. I've derailed the 10 mile on straight level track and had it do a 90-degree turn. No, the boxcar is way worse. I like the 10 mile is kind of bad, but of the three, I'd say the order of ranking is boxcar, caboose, 10 mile. Actually, maybe boxcar, 10 mile, caboose. The boxcar is just so bad at derailing. Donk. I don't think I've seen a successful trip over 16 miles an hour. Which means I might have to limit my speed. I'm gonna assume this was the car that was closer to the front of the train. Why did it do that? What's the point? You're on fairly flat, fairly straight track. Why did you derail? I've ran all three in the same train at once, 20 plus miles an hour, only had the 10 mile derail. The 10 mile is willing to derail on its own. I'll give it that. But the fact is, boxcars, I've had boxcars derail a million times more than a 10 mile. And I'm not, this is like after the 10 mile was added. I'm not talking like some dumb stuff like, oh, for all the years I've been doing this, I've only derailed the 10 mile twice because it's only been here long enough for me to derail it twice. No, it's not what I'm thinking. It'd be so much better if they focus on fixing the bugs in janky physics. I think they're trying to focus on that. Why does it keep derailing? Okay. Nope. Why? Handbrake off. Handbrake off. Did I put on 3? I didn't. I forgot to add Lincoln pin on that car. Yay! More work. Wait. Did I double link? Did I not link? Oh my gosh, this is a mild headache. That car just wants to be friends with the dirt. Handbrake on this. Because I don't want you moving. Why did it have to be nighttime when this happened? Of all the times of day to do this. Why night? Who gave nighttime the idea that it should be here right now? Oh god, we're closing in on the 6-hour mark. I really need to finish this. I don't have the time. Nope, that wasn't enough of a push. Nope, why? This is the worst derailment we've had on this playthrough. Not even close. Quick, somebody donate and make him go to 7 hours. Oh no. What have I done? Did we connect? Okay, that feels like we've hit. Take off the handbrake, 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 and then we have this car, which I'm actually going to re-rail. Again, it's going to go in the dirt. Called it. Why does it keep going? It re-rails itself properly. And then it goes ahead and decides to throw itself off into the void for no reason. Stir, I've openly monetized, I've openly volunteered to monetize my sleep schedule. That's what I've done. That is true. Just gonna have a bidding war where the highest donor dictates when I stream, what days I stream, what I stream. Is there a Ko-Fi app on a phone, actually? I should check. Because if so, that'll make my life easier. I don't have to tab out to check Ko-Fi. Donk. Okay. Perfect. A little less perfect. Why are the cars so far away? I hate this. We spent like 15 minutes trying to fix this train. Link. Undo the handbrakes that I set. Now let's go get a picture of this train, because honestly, this is going to look great from the front. Now that's primetime thumbnail material. And primetime clickbait. I'm watching you train. Stubbs McGee, the new brakeman. Oh man, this is gonna look good when we get over the big bridges in the route. Now here's another good shot. Bonk. Math trivia, 72 times 90. Let me think on that for a second. No calculator. I'm not touching a calculator. That's cheating. $6,480. Hey, I said that right before TK posted that in chat. That wasn't too hard, but I mean, it was a little tricky, kind of like right in the right spot where it's hard enough that it's interesting, but not so hard that it's bullshit, you know? Best how much you're making on your next lumber run? Why do you have 90 cars? That's a little bit too much if you ask me. And since it's a Mr. Coffee, I get to reference Spaceballs every morning. Hell yeah. Stream is getting a bit choppy on my end, but it could be because of my bad internet connection. I'll keep an eye out to make sure nothing bad's going on my end. The math is still correct, but the cars are. If I noticed you were live, I would have come here instead of replying on Ko-Fi. I guess I got a message to check out later today. Did that line up? I don't know if that lined up correctly. I hope that's lined up correctly. Please. That is sketchy, but it is a sketch risk I am willing to make. Yes! Perfect. Okay, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 30 cars times 72, that's pretty simple. That's just 2,160. It's not that hard to understand. Durian keeps moving around. 30 cars and it's not that laggy on your potato laptop. Yeah, but are you playing on... First of all, how many cars are in your world? How many industries have you connected? And are you playing on Unreal 4 or Unreal 5? Because those make pretty big differences. My personal favorite is Comb the Desert. We got shown that at a random summer camp. It was fun. How big was my yard? How many cars? Answer, yes. All industries I have at least 100 cars. I know I'm using the public branch. Well, there's the reason that you're able to do it so easily. Because you have 100 cars for every industry. If you have 900 cars, your computer should be dying. But I have seen some people who say new stream idea, Coaster watches Spaceballs with his Ko-Fi subscribers. I mean, I am planning on having a movie night sort of set up with his Ko-Fi subscribers. Watching some fun shows or something, just like train-related things. Maybe not train-related, who knows, but... Oh, all industries connected. I have at least 100 cars in general. Okay, that's more reasonable. Because I was able to do that. 100 cars, all industries. Spaceballs or Monty Python and Derail. Also, we haven't derailed yet. I'm happy. I'm proud. .99% complete on creating your line and then hit data. Corruption. Oof. That sucks. Fun fact, actually, prior to Luna Ridge, I never connected the oil refinery, nor the oil field. It was the first time I had ever run raw oil and oil barrels. Boxcars, I think it was also boxcars too, tools, pipes. 99% complete and then saved over my world. On my first world, I had connected to the coal mine and then I saved over my world on accident. Fortunately, I had a backup, but I didn't have the coal mine connected in it. So I kind of just gave up on the game beyond that point because I was so frustrated. I remember I started playing a world where I had 2 climaxes and 30-car trains that ran up 4%, and all I did was run logs to the log pond. Unload the iron ore. Get some free, easy money. Let's do some math over here. 240. We're gonna get 8 extra rails out of the deal. That's enough to push us over the top. Okay, okay. So we will grab 2 cars of rails while we're over here. Unfortunately, Mel Brooks is slowly starting to get the race car thrown at him, but I think enough people like the films more that it shuts down the argument. You know, I was going to comment on that, but I feel like YouTube would probably want the video demonetized beyond this point. So maybe I'll make a comment on that in the future, on Discord or something, but... that is the no money topic. And I like at least getting a little bit of ad revenue. Once the stream is done and I put on ads post-stream. Comedy serves as a way to talk about serious issues in a way that makes people think about it while also laugh about it. Exactly. That is, I feel like that is my opinion on the subject. I don't have much else I am going to say. Besides... those movies are, like, not very recent, you know? I think I saw something of History of the World Part 2. Cat, can you not be pushing against my computer mouse with your tail? Thank you. Oh, I only wish he had made a train movie. I don't remember if he's still alive or dead or not. Brain bad. Then again, the last time I talked about him was in, like, high school, so... been a hot minute. So, for the record, bringing it back to the train game, I am currently loading up rails at the smelter, and I'm going to bring them to the coal mine. Now this doesn't actually do much of anything, because we're not going to use the rails, but it makes us $250 a car, which might be the difference between making or breaking this run. Where are we on the map? We are here in the middle. There's a little plateau area that's extremely flat. It's not the best for industries, though, because it's kind of tight. But... Heiss's Pirates of the Mainline series. Train-based comedy starring Gene Wilder called Silver Streak. Never seen it, but I imagine it's good. Probably is. Also, that was the webcam falling because Durian nuzzled her nose against it. Crane Clicking Simulator 2023. My favorite. I need to get some better tape for the webcam. I do. I really do. That was where I was building a helper station on my old map because I had like a 4 to 5% incline and hoppers were so heavy. Personally, I've passed over this in this place like several times because I have a 2% on the vanilla map to the iron mine. And so I'm like, hey, that area is flat. We can put an industry there. And so when I made my first version of the map, the smelter was out here, and then when I made the second version of the map, I just slightly adjusted where it was so that it would fit in the area better. Ko-Fi Goal gets better tape. I feel like that's gonna be another running goal in the running gag in these streams. We've got the Uinta, we've got cursed stories, we've got me derailing like 17 times. Better tape. I can't. You start at that the little canyon, run a loop around that one side canyon, and use really tall bridges. You can get to the iron mine at 2%. I didn't need to use tall bridges. I mean, I did use tall bridges because it made things a little bit cooler, but in general, most of the bridges were wooden, type 1. Some of them were type 2, some were steel, and obviously the very, very, very big bridge across the gorge was a type 3, not type 3, a thing, but... Oh, mail stirs and 3M automotive tape. This stuff won't come off for nothing. So, what I'm honestly planning to do with the cat cam is get a shelf and put it on a shelf. I wanted a huge bridge, so I had one to the flat spot. So, there is a technique for making bridges that have, like, multiple layers of bridge, and they're absolutely massive. Those are fun. That's what I did on my route. I made it go up 2% the whole way, and just had a massive bridge over the little gorge. it up. So we're going to leave a cordwood car behind at this industry. The reason being because we're currently maxed out on our train, and we're not going to load cordwood for the rest of this playthrough. Ever. Here comes the money. $1,166 isn't a lot, honestly, but I have a feeling that we can do this. By we can do this, I mean I can do this, but whatever. Not talking about your issues and having fun with folks seems to be the biggest cure. It can be. It depends on the situation. Because I have had some massive headaches in my life. So I have to talk to people to get certain behaviors under control, you know? But yeah, just getting out and hanging with people and having a good time. Definitely one of the best, if not the best ways to get over this. And I talk really oh god. Wait a minute. Oh no. Hold on. If I'm talking really quietly, I know what the problem is. I know the issue here. Yep. Ah, come on. Why does it do that every time? Every time. Ah. So for the court record, why I might have sounded quiet earlier is because my microphone likes being set to 80% volume by default, and that makes me super quiet. And every time I unplug it and plug it back in, the computer considers the microphone a different entity, and so it says, "Oh, well, that's a new microphone." And I do have to turn myself up because the microphone doesn't pick me up very well. It's it's turned up 10 decibels, 8 decibels. Sorry, 8 decibels in OBS. So that's what happened. All is well. The world is back in order. I didn't even realize it was quiet until you turned it up. Yeah, this is what I'm normally supposed to sound like. And the reason that this was a problem is because I had to unplug my microphone because I installed a computer fan today, and I'm gonna have to reinstall it again because it's facing the wrong direction. It's blowing out heat. It's not blowing in cool air. Oh, speaking of which, let me check my temperatures. Oh, nice. We're still sitting at the same temperatures as we were before. Perfect, perfect. Alright, she's linked. I finally got my liver back. It ran away on me again. Oh, is this... Did I leave the... Oh. Why? Game. Every time I look away from this car, as we're backing something up. It derails? Really? Hi, kitty. Hey, you. She's jumping down. She's leaving. Mario still has mine. Hey, mother effer! Come over here and give me your liver! My train cars are the equivalent of unsupervised children. You know what? You're not wrong. How many times will they derail? Can't I just complete this challenge in peace? This is gonna... Last time we streamed this long, we streamed longer than we ever had before, and this time we're gonna do it again. At this rate. Actually, it's not at this rate. It's just, we are going to. And donk. I believe there's a handbrake on. One. Okay. Looks like that was the only handbrake. You know what? Oh. I was wondering why my hotkey wasn't working. I'm gonna drop a save, because we've been playing for a while now. Yes, I want to overwrite this. Longest was 6.5. It was 6 hours, 38 minutes, and some odd seconds. So, we're looking at 6 hours and 27 minutes. So in around 11 minutes, we'll have beaten the old time. I walked away for 5 seconds to pet my dog, came back and heard Stir talking about livers while doing a Mario impression. Here's another nice little screenshot. Just tuned in after a long day. This should be enjoyable to watch. I need to get back to work on my world that I connected all the industries on with one main line. Yeah, we're playing on a world where we have all the industries connected via one main line right now. It's fun. It's good. It allows you to do mixed freight traffic reasonably well. So I am paying close attention to the boxcar, because if that thing derails again, we are in trouble. Durian's returned. I presume that Mario liver thinks for something because my girlfriend's son quotes that an annoyingly numerous amount of times. It is. There's a small video that somebody made. I don't know where the audio is from, but it's titled, Mario breaks down your door and steals your liver, or something like that. It's really stupid, and for some reason I find it funny. Though I think Mario breaks into your house and beats the shit out of you is even funnier, because they don't actually try and do a Mario impression in it, they just use Mario's sound effects. It's really stupid. I love it. Ah, the oil field. Our final destination. Waiting for Luigi to return mine. I'm gonna stay here until we surpass last stream's time, and then I have to go. This is the power of doing these live streams for so long. Thoughts on Betsy? Why does she not have a headlight? Like, I feel like that should be a thing on the starting locomotive. You shouldn't be forced to not have a headlight to begin with. Betsy's cute but kind of useless, also no headlight. I feel like my main complaint is the no headlight thing. And I do feel like we should be getting something a little more substantial than a Betsy. Like, come on, why can't we get a Montezuma to start with? That's why I'm putting one on my next map. Excuse me. I was thinking about this. Montezuma or a Shea would, as a starting loco would be ideal. I would prefer to have the option to choose between the two. Like, give us $2,000 and make it so those engines cost $2,000. I remember there was plans for implementing a system for choosing your starting locomotive. That was pre-Astragon, though. Yeah, I kind of hope we get that. I really feel like the simple solution is give everybody engines that we can buy with the starting money that aren't the Porter. Because I want to buy a Shea, I want to buy a Montezuma, I want something more substantial than that little piece of merg. Alright, boys. We're sitting at $1,526. Let me open the door. Can I? Thank you, game. And let's pull this forward a tiny bit. Okay, that'll do. So, 1,526. Begin the unload. Oh my god, how much was that? Yes, $960 for a car. Jesus. Satisfying. We need to pull this forward a little bit. Honestly, all this game design talk, I just can't wait for the day that I somehow stumble into another game development team. Because I've got two ideas on how to do things. Glenbrook? Oh, tech tree-wise. I thought that was starting locomotive-wise. Boxcars in this game take so long to load / unload that you could brew yourself a cup of tea and come back with it half loaded. Yeah, well, there's a reason that for this playthrough we drop the boxcar at the ironworks and then we leave and go do other things. It's so stupid. Like, why did they make the most interesting car in the game the most worthless and annoying? So, let's see here. Actually, hold on. Why does the best looking car in the game only carry one type? Exactly. Like, make it carry lumber or something. Oh, we can make this work. We can make this work. What are you playing with, cat? She's playing with my motherboard box. Silly kitty. Oh no, she's playing with her mouse. That's what she's doing. Need livestock or a farm or maybe a bigger net. Really, we need bug fixes. Everybody's like, oh, we need this, we need that. And I think the game is good as is, mostly. There are a few things we could do to make it more interesting and more fun long term, but... Durian just dropped the toy. She dropped her mouse toy in my shoe. I think we cleared the switch. Six hours, 40 minutes. We've officially streamed for longer than any other stream I've done before. My phone is at 6%. Gotta get something that doesn't need to charge, man. That's what you gotta do. Honestly, all this game talk reminds me, I've come up with an idea for what if Railroads Online Extended was the entire game. Like, instead of having all these fancy graphics, you focus on trying to make the operations interesting. And I know that won't be quite as fun, but... That way you could balance out the trains perfectly. You could easily add more locomotive options because the graphics aren't very intense, and you could easily add more mechanics in a way to... I have plenty of ideas on how to make a Railroads Online, like, train running game. Or Railroads Online extended train running game where you just run trains that don't need to look very good. Don't need to look very good. I know how to words. I know how to sell a product. I also have an idea on how to make a good dispatching game, especially after having worked on Railroad previously before I left the team. What if a train derails with the extended idea? Well, you'd have multiple levels where you get to choose how you handle it. You can do it like rerailing it in Railroads Online, or you can do something where you actually have to get out a crane car and bring a maintenance away train to pick it up. And there's only a certain range where the train will actually be able to be rerailed. There's also like levels of damage and whether or not you have to put the engine in a shed afterwards. And the height map thing, like, it would be basically just top down, and it says, hey, this is what the height is currently, and you can only change your height at 1 unit per second. And if you can't be rerailed, you got yourself a new ballast fill. Exactly. And there would be interesting locomotive choices. Like, every... geared locomotives would have a benefit, because logging camps would actually move on the map. And if you got yourself a shay, the shay would have a much lower chance of derailing on, like, really cheap trackage than, say, a Class 48 or a Porter would. And the cheap trackage is, like, for industry spurs, generally. And the expensive trackage is generally for main lines. And you just do something like that, you know? Hello again, Pensy. Welcome back to the stream. We're currently on our final run. But in addition to the shay thing, you'd have geared locomotives. You had the shay, which is the most well-rounded, the Heisler, which has less power but is generally faster, and the Climax, which has more power and slightly better speed than the shay, but is more expensive to maintain. And then you'd have something like a small switching layout, or a small switching engine, an express engine, a freight engine, and a mixed engine. And you'd have that, one of each of those at least for every tier. What games did I work on or for? I worked on Rail Route, or Rail Route, whatever you want to call it. It's a train dispatching simulator. I do not recommend it. The developers have not been really focusing on the critical issues with the game, and have been actively undermining what made the game fun in the first place with the recent updates. I had fun on the team, I helped build levels, but they had the final call on how mechanics were added to the game, and it's just ruined it over time. How do I forget spacebar? Simply go into your memories and you right-click and delete on the memory about your spacebar. So it's a beta Railroads Online? No. it was worse. I mean, maybe not the community part, but the developers being greedy and focusing entirely on making their game for profit. So much worse. So much worse with Railroad. I don't have any evidence I can say it prove without NDA, and they never outright said that they were doing things for money, but I can prove without breaking an NDA that they were in it more for the money than they were for the game. I mean, there's a 40-minute long video on this channel of me complaining about all the problems that game had. Alright. Open. Perfect. How is Railroad still in beta? It's fully functional? I don't know, honestly. Beta has sort of lost meaning. Because the same thing was going on with Railroad. It was basically released, it was basically finished, but they said it was in beta for some reason or another. And I basically think the reason that they were doing it in Railroad was because they could say that this change that they made was only for beta, and they would change it back eventually, and then they never changed it back. They just left it as is, even if it was worse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and cut. Alright. Final run. Final run. 1 more hour at least. Probably. The stream's gonna go on for 8 hours today. Holy. One final effort is all that you need. Exactly. Looking at $3,000, $3,058. So if we know 3058 plus 960, we're sitting at 4,018 plus 300 plus 40 times 10. Plus 72, plus 72, plus 72, plus 250. Oh. Plus 80, plus 50. Oh. This is so close. By my calculations, we're only going to end on 3114. No, wait. We might be good. We are not good. Ow. No. Wait. Right. We're good. Yeah. Okay. We're going to beat the challenge today. I know for a fact we are going to beat the challenge today. We're going to get the money. We're going to repay the loan. We're going to run oil barrels to the freight depot. Yes. Okay. Which game will I choose to stream once Railroader gets released? Probably Railroader. Like, when the day comes out, I am going to stream it for 6 hours minimum. What is the challenge? The challenge is, I started this playthrough with all the tracks completed, and there's a bunch of rules in the description on how I can run my trains. And by the end of the challenge, I must have done 2 things. One, I must have repaid my $5,375 loan that I got at the very start of the playthrough. And 2, I must run oiled barrels to the freight depot. Once I've done that, we're done. We've won. We did it. Yeah. And I can rest easily. And by the looks of it, today, we're completing that run. Alright, that's probably far enough. Let's go ahead and hit a handbrake. In fact, let's hit 2 handbrakes for safety's sake. Now, the fun fact, I did the math on this before I started the playthrough, but I did it a couple of months ago, and I was doing it with a Cook Mogul. And with the Cook Mogul, it was possible. $4,300, that's perfectly fine. But this is a Cook Consolidation. It's $650 more, $50 more specifically, I should say. Actually, I think it's... yeah, it's $650 more that I have to repay because I bought a caboose instead of a way car, and this engine is $600 more than, you know, the Cook coal. And so I did, when starting this playthrough, I didn't actually know if it was going to be possible, and I think I had to change my plan. I know I had to change my plan. But the plan change has worked. And by the end of today, I will have at least $5,375 in-game to repay my loan with. And I will have delivered oil barrels to the freight depot. All according to plan. Norvegicus, number 19, you have done us proud. Or at least you will have done us proud once we've finished the run. Then John can go home. Then I can go eat dinner. It's almost 7 o'clock. We usually have dinner at 6. Oh, I forgot to throw the switch. Everything has transpired as I have foreseen. John Rarewardson hasn't seen his wife in 30 years. I threw the switch. Thank you, game. So now we're coming in a little hot there. I think I'm going to have to slow this down just to be on the safe side. Oh, right. Did I unlink this? I did not. Numbering my new C70 in your engine's honor. Heck yeah. Alright, caboose. Put it over here. Do I have a favorite era of steam railroading? Kind of like them all. I'm a fan of really transition era short line railroading. Where you get some good steam, you get some good diesel. Alright, I'm gonna drop a save after we grab these cars. Just for save to sake. Getting close to the 7-hour mark. Yep, 3 minutes to go. And remember, the stream timer was reset because Durian stepped on my keypad multiple times. So it says 5 hours and 30 minutes, but that is off. That is incorrect. Alright, linked. We've got handbrakes on the other end. I forgot something very important. And I'm very glad I noticed I forgot it. Because if I did not catch that, this run would be dead in the water. The coal mine, man, is tripping me up twice now. Why does it keep tripping me up? Donk. Alright. So before I forget, let's go get that coal real quick, because that's going to be pretty important. Polished Russian iron is dead gorgeous. Agreed. It definitely is. It's beautiful, but I'm the sort of person who's grown up around big, chunky black steamers, you know? Get yourself something like the SPNS 700. Choo Choo or something, I don't know. Alright, so this switch needs to be set to the right. Which it is, just in time for Norvegicus to come around the corner. You know what? I might try and do something special. This is going to require that I do some trickery. Not too much. Just a little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was a good stop, I'm jealous. I've gotten used to stopping with this engine. It's what happens when you run her for 10 hours in 2 days. So, I know we're nearing the end of the challenge, but I'm going to add on an extra rule. When delivering to the freight depot, I must bring one of every car type. Those cars do not need to be loaded, but everything must be there. One of each minimum. This doesn't throw much of a wrench in the mix, but there's one thing it does change. And I'm going to have to account for that. Alright, brakes on full. Throw the switch. Save the game. Lone Oak Southern. Yes, I want to overwrite Lone Oak. And here we go. I guess this is the second to last run, but so, here's the tricky part, right? We already have 8 cars here on the train. But I know I'm going to be picking up a 9th. That 9th car doesn't need to go all the way to the freight depot. It's not a unique car type. But I need to drop something off that's worthless in the middle of the run so that I can transfer it later. The stake flats are extremely important. I need to pick up raw iron, I need to pick up rails, I need to pick up lumber and beams. The hopper is important because I need to pick up iron ore. The tanker is important because it's currently loaded. The boxcar is important because I need more tools. The cordwood flat is important because I need to pick up oil barrels. But the regular flat car is okay, because I'm not going to be picking up pipes and I'm not going to be picking up logs before we end the stream. Since I know I'm going to be picking up a second cordwood flat, and it's only going to the smelter, I'm going to drop off the regular flat car at the smelter, and pick it up at the end of the run. You make the rules, you get the option to break them. I could break the rules, but I'm not here to break the rules. I'm here to set challenges for myself. Excuse me. And have some fun. I've come this far, I can't break the rules. I mean, I did make that rule really soon, you know. I made it like 5 minutes ago. Also, fun fact, these 3 vanity cars right here that are impossible to see, those are... You know how, like, some YouTubers have Patreon subscriber, like, shoutouts at the end or beginning of their video? Yeah, that's my subscriber shoutout for Ko-Fi. Every Ko-Fi member gets a train car in this world. So far, only 3 people have actually given me cars to use, but... Just make the train a special exemption on the timetable. You act like we have a timetable. The time is, let's hope we beat this before 8 o'clock tonight. Rule 2 refer to Rule 1. Oh, that would have been the perfect screenshot. No. Dang it. I missed my screenshot. Alright, we're gonna get another chance. We're gonna get another chance. Have I considered doing a challenge like this, but with something like the Montezuma? That is a plan for a video series soon. The series is the Are You OK challenge. And the challenge, as its name might imply, questions whether or not you are insane. Because the main part of the challenge is the main thing that makes everything so hellish. Every locomotive, or everything you ever buy, can only tally up to $10,000. Locomotive choices, locomotive options, those are okay. Like if you spend $80 on a smokestack, that doesn't count towards your total. But if you spend $250 or on a stake flat versus $2,500 on a Montezuma, that money counts towards your total. You can only spend $10,000 ever, and you have to complete the game. And to make matters worse, if you ever derail, your steam engine is banned from running under its own steam. You have to put it under an engine shed for an hour before you can run that train again. And for freight cars, it's 15 minutes, and you have to unload them. Because of this, I've actually figured out that the best combination of equipment, at least in my opinion, is a Eureka and a Porter. But you can also make that a Montezuma and a Porter, because honestly, the Montezuma isn't very different from the Eureka. It's only, I guess it is 2,000 pounds of tractive effort less, but... Oh wow, $10,000 limit? Now that's gonna be painful. Yeah, it's super hard. It's possible with every locomotive in the game, except for the Tweetsie. That is the only engine it is physically impossible to beat with. In fact, actually, how much money have we spent on freight cars and cabooses and whatnot? Hold on. I might need to do the math, because we might actually be under the limit of $10,000. I'm not entirely convinced we are, but we could be. Hold on, math time. So the engine, 49,000 plus 500 plus 300, 850, 250 plus 250 plus 250 plus 275 plus 950 plus 1450. Oh, we're slightly above the limit. A Eureka can pull itself up a 5% grade, a Montezuma can't. Yeesh. That's the difference between 2,000 pounds of tractive effort. That's fair. However, I know how to build on the original map with 2% grades going everywhere. I've done it before. if you use cheaper locos, you should be under the limit. Yeah, exactly. And also, if you use a way car instead of a caboose, because you basically need to use way cars because they're just $50 cheaper, and because they're $50 cheaper, they're strictly better because of that $10,000 limit. But by my calculations, again, the only locomotive you cannot beat the game with a $10,000 limit with is the Tweetsy. Even a Class 70, a Climax, a Heisler, that's possible. But the main reason the Eureka is so good in this challenge is because you can buy the Porter. And mind you, the challenge does say that if you keep any starting equipment, it counts towards the money. So if you keep Betsy, that's $1,900 that you've spent. If you buy a new Betsy with a headlight on it, that's still only $1,900 because the $150 headlight doesn't count towards your total, because screw that. That would be really stupid if you had to spend extra money and waste your cash just to get a cooler vanity option. Alright. Flat car. So for that playthrough, I'm thinking of doing it on stream for a couple of days. Not now. Maybe that's another streamathon sub goal or money goal we need to hit, but it's an idea I have floating around where I do a chat and chill where I do an entire playthrough without those really horrible rules. If you want to read all the rules for yourself, you could find them at starhave.link. Link to the website is in the description. Navigate to challenges, and from challenges navigate to Are You OK? I use the Montezuma more as a personal business engine that roams the system. That's fair, that's understandable. That's a reasonable idea. I've only used the Montezuma as maintenance away. It's just so wimpy. If she was faster, she'd be more useful. I feel like if she was cheaper, she'd be more useful too. Because if she was only $2,000, she would be perfect for this challenge. Because then you just buy her with the starting money, and now you've got an extra $500. You could buy, with that extra $500, or $900 compared to a Eureka, like, you could buy an extra caboose and, like, a car. I think she should be $1,500 or the starting engine in the game. Personally, I think $2,000 is a reasonable price as long as the headlight didn't cost money. And the smokestacks didn't either. But I would think that the Porters would need to be nerfed in order for that to happen. Nerfed price-wise. Because the Porter Type 2 is the same price as a Montezuma. Just buy the Montezuma, it's better. You know? And I think the Shays should also be $2,000. I have a whole rebalanced price sheet, actually, for how much I believe the locomotives should cost. I don't know where it is, but I know I have it. Okay, no link means that as long as there's a link and pin in this side, that should be good. So I guess if we want to talk that stuff, Porters should be $16,000 and $17,000. The headlights should be $50 a piece at most, not $150. Montezuma and Shea should be $2,000 flat. No bells, no whistles to buy for extra money. Eureka is an interesting one, because if the Eureka stays at its current price, it should be nerfed. Or at its current speed, sorry. If it stays at its current speed, it should be nerfed to like $2,500. But there's apparently a 27 mile an hour variant in the game files, and if that ever gets added, I think the $2,900 is 100% reasonable. The Glenbrook is fair. The Mosca should be nerfed in price down to 3,300 or 3,250, somewhere in that range. Because the fact that it's more powerful, but its brakes suck. What was next? The 10 mile is fine. The Class 48 is fine. The Cook, Mogul, and Cole should be slightly nerfed, probably to 4,100. Let's say 4,200. Heisler, seriously nerfed, should be 4,500. Cook Consolidation, A-OK, good price. Ruby Basin, 5,100. Climax, 5,200. What was next on the list? It's the Class 70, 5,400, and Tweetsy no change. That's what I would do personally for the list. It's a bit long, but I have a lot of opinions. The price seems to be kind of arbitrary. Exactly, because they changed the prices to make them more balanced at one point in time. The Cook Consolidation was originally like just the same price as the Cook Mogul for some reason. And the Cook Mogul then got nerfed to $4,300 instead of being at $4,900. The Class 70 got buffed. I'm doing this backwards. The Class 70 got bumped up in price to what it is now after being at $4,900. So they've had some changes before. And I think, personally, historical precedents should take a back seat to actual game design and making things fun and interesting, you know? Because we make a game that's 100% historically accurate, but... You know, even if the Eureka was 27 mph, the Glenbrook already goes 25 and is still stronger. That is true, but the fact that it goes 27 is just... makes it an actually viable option. Even if it is a little overpriced, maybe it could be nerfed down to 2750 or something. Excuse me. It would, it would be a lot more desirable and a lot more reasonable, because when you're on flat ground, speed matters way more than power. And that slight difference makes all the difference in the world. Now, please tell me we still have our caboose on the train. Trying to see back there is a nightmare. I can't see anything. Alright. We still got the caboose. We're good, we're good. Can I please get back up to the engine? Thank you, game. Thank you. Woo! We're on, we're in, we're safe, we're good. Ooh, that was close. When we buy locomotives, I think we should be able to adjust how fast it's able to go. That would be overpowered. I disagree very strongly. Because if we can choose the top speed, people would just buy the Climax and put it to 30 miles an hour. Singing to the caboose. Oh no, I mean like you can't go over their top speed, but you can make it so they don't go extremely fast. That's easy. All you do is set the reverser. Because the reverser limits the max speed that the train can go. So you can already do that. It's a little bit finicky, but... That's a cute little screenshot. Imagine a 30-mile-an-hour Shay. I think the Shay needs a small buff, because 7 miles an hour... Like, if it was 9 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, that'd be good. That'd be tolerable. But 7? Really? That's just stupid slow. Shays could go like 15 to 18 in real life. This was the first Shay ever made, admittedly. But even so, like, come on, game. We can do better than that. The first Shays built were 2-cylinder vertical boiler clutches. Yes, that's what we have, is a 2-cylinder vertical boiler. Well, okay, it's not okay, it's a T-boiler, my bad. So I guess it's not quite the first Shay. Still, though. Also, when is this advanced darkness gonna leave? I don't want it... I would like to be able to switch in the daylight, please. I have a book of builders' portraits that show an early Shay. Lord, I've seen a photo of the first Shay that was ever built. The one that was a flatbed that they just slapped a boiler on and called it a day. It's always a fun one. We have a lot to do with the ironworks. Like, an unreasonable amount. So, brakes on full. Caboose, you're coming off for a moment. On pin. Handbrake on. Alright, 3 stops. Apparently nobody got my hee-haw reference. I'm sorry, I am uncultured. Alright. This thing can easily throw under the train. So we're sitting at 3,058. We're basically looking at 4,018 right now. Because I know the boxcar is going to give us way too much money. I mean, way too much? Who do I kid? Not enough money. We need more. Okay, brakes on. I just realized the switch is set incorrectly. I don't think we're going to make it in time. To be fair, Hee Haw is an old TV show that ran from the late 60s, and ran into the 80s. Yeah, that's understandable. I was not alive for that time period. You can never have enough money. Very true. That is the life. Give me the money. So I'm actually going to not drop off the boxcar here. I'm going to start loading it, and I'm going to leave it there for a second so I can unload the rails and coal, but I think it's going to be generally faster if I don't have to stop at the ironworks a second time, or one last time after this. Handbrake on, start loading. Unlink the cars. Pull forward and unload this stuff. Start the 7.5 minutes to load the boxcar. Whoo! That I'm so happy. I love this. Does it really take 7.5 minutes? Has somebody timed that? Because if so, holy cow! Why? What? All right, handbrake on. Hopper car. Yes, I timed it. I had to know. God. That's so dumb. Why is it... Oh my god. Maybe boxcars are the one type of commodity I'm willing to transload. Because if it takes that long to do... It's really sad as there's only one crane. Exactly, but you can also do transloading. Which is where you load one boxcar sorry about the bunk, on a track, and then you load onto the next one. Like, you unload the boxcar onto a boxcar on the actual track. And that can save you a lot of time. Because if you just have a boxcar stationed in front of the boxcar loading dock, and then a track beside that where you can park your train and load and unload the boxcar, you can cut down on time that you need to load and unload drastically. Because then what you do is, in order to start loading, you click on the boxcar to load it, or you start loading the boxcar that's stationary and permanently there, and then when the boxcar that's not permanently there comes by, you unload from the boxcar that is onto the one that isn't. Yeah, excuse me. What the heck? Oh, engine shed, right. Brakes on full. I've seen other players do that at the logging camp, but never the ironworks. Interesting. Because I saw it at the... I always saw it at the smelter. Because, you know, cordwood, and everybody doesn't like unloading cordwood because it's a pain. But here, it seems pretty good, you know? Because all you need to do is just start the load, leave, come back with a real car, and bada bang, bada bing, boom, something. You almost need a dedicated line from the logging camp to the smelter purely for cordwood. Yes, exactly. It's so dumb. Why are we using cranes to lift boxes? Good question. I didn't mean to click again. That's my bad. Bing bong. We're at 7 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to pass the 8-hour stream mark. Oh my gosh. We're using cranes because fork trucks didn't exist. My dedicated cordwood train was 20 cars, but I've since shortened it a bit, but that's still how annoying cordwood can be. Personally, I just run 3 cordwood cars on my worlds. That's it. Like, I run 3-car sets on my mixed freight. Because 3 cars matches 1 regular hopper. Or if you want, 2 cars matches 1 of the newer hoppers perfectly. The product ratios is exactly as Miyamoto intended. Did I take off the handbrake? I think I did. I might as well double check though. I did. Okay. Cool, cool. $1,800 railroaders were forklift certified. That just reminds me of the video of Dr. Eggman becoming forklift certified. It's so dumb, but I love it. Any thoughts on adding crane upgrades to the game? How would you go about doing that? Make it so that on each industry there are certain tiers of crane, and based on the commodity. And the more money once you've reached a certain level, money becomes kind of useless. So make it so instead of buying more trains, it gives you better cranes. And then you can load, like, say, 2 logs at once, 4 tools at once, 2 pieces of cordwood, I don't know. That's the general idea that everybody's sort of commented on, and I think it's a good one. I think it's reasonable. It's not too chaotic. It's not too overpowered. It's just fair. Obviously, of course, you need to figure out how to get the balancing right, but... Oh my god, we stopped a little bit short. Ow. I think most players would just dump all their money on upgrading the tools, cranes, the ironworks. Maybe. But that's like the perfect place for it, And have the cranes move faster or something? I don't think so. I think you only really need to have it load more stuff at once, because if it's loading more at once, it's automatically going to be faster. If you're loading twice the cargo, it's running twice as fast. Alright, I'm really hoping my boxcar doesn't derail again and screw me over. Oh, it would suck if it did. Just grabbing some screenshots. It derailed. Of frickin' course it did. You don't have enough wood to knock on to prevent bad luck at this point. Hey, I've got a lot of firewood here. I didn't knock on it in time, though, so, yeah. So the problem is, the boxcar doesn't like going downhill on full reg. Hello, Caboose! How's it going? Look on the bright side, at least the boxcar isn't in the river. That would be hell if it was. The Caboose might fall into the river here. Yeah, so thanks for jinxing that one. I see the boxcar. I see the boxcar. It's right. It's barely derailed. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna re-rail the boxcar and let it roll into the train, actually. Because it's not that far up the line. Bink. Donk. Ba-bing. You know, I can make this a little bit faster. Place this down. There's nothing so bad that it can't be worse. I mean, the heat death of the universe would kind of suck. Also, did I not put on marker lights on this? Have I been running without them the whole time? Yay. Well, fortunately, it doesn't really matter, because there's no rule for that. I took out a second car. Are you serious? Well, you know what? Go ahead and place it facing like this. Now, grab the cordwood car, teleport up, drop it in. Now, grab the boxcar, drop it in. Stir has officially been broken. I was broken years ago. Nope, give me up, give me up, give me up. That's not up. I hate this. Okay, let's go ahead and delete the facilities. That derailed everything. Again, we're replacing the facilities. Actually, are we? Hold on. I just wanted to get on top of the frickin' boxcar. Okay, re-rail. Flat car. Plop it down. Re-rail. Boxcar. Plop it down. Now, had the handbrake on. I hit everything. No, not again. No, no, no. That's gonna derail. Because apparently the boxcar is going too fast for its standards. Why? What is wrong with you? I'm getting this train back in order. I don't care how long it takes. I'm doing it. It is not going to be out of order because of this stupid derailment. Nope. It's not what you're supposed to do. Game. Screw you too. Okay, boxcar. These cars need their weights adjusted or something, because they derail way too easily. Now, I didn't have a handbrake on you. Why do you have a hand? Oh my god. I'm so close. When this challenge is done, I'm definitely... No, I'm not chucking the train in the cliff. I like my GF, I like my train, I like my steam engine, I like its name. That rhymed unintentionally, and I'm taking it. Okay. Rolling in. Rolling in. Rolling in. Yes. Finally. Now we just need the caboose. Which is probably gonna derail everything anyways again. Okay, re-rail. Yeah, sure, whatever, this'll do. Oh, that was almost perfect. That would have been so good. Alright. Finally. Link. Link. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm going insane. 7 hours and 45 minutes. We're good. Move. I gotta head out. It's getting way too late for me. That's entirely understandable. It's like 11 p.m. for some people. I'm impressed you guys are still watching. Also, my computer is still cool, which is really nice. I'm happy. I'm a night owl, so I'm here till the end. Completely valid, completely understandable. I used to be a night owl, but I've been trying to wake up a little earlier so that I can stream at half-decent hours. Because people have been really loving the streams, and I'm happy to see that, because they're a lot of fun, you know? It's good stuff. Good things. It's ASMR rares in line with stir at the throttle. Anything I do is ASMR. So the fact that I'm at the throttle is what makes it ASMR. Alright, so there's one last rule we need to consider. One final rule. All trains to the freight depot need 4 unique cargo types. We've got tools, we've got oil barrels, we've got rails, we've got raw iron. Okay. We're set, we're good. The wind was high, the steam was low, the train was heavy and hard to tow, the coal was bad and fuel was slate, and that was the reason we blocked number 8. Purportedly, the actual response to management of the Lackawanna for a fireman as to why his drag freight blocked the number 8 faster than anyone else. Alright, brakes on full. So we need to go back to the refinery. Then we have this little car over here to pick up. Just one gem from a treasury of railroad for folklore. Back it up. Well, boys, we're getting there. We're almost there. Oh, did I not take off the caboose handbrake? I feel like there's still a handbrake on. Gonna go check. Let's figure this one out. Nope, no handbrake. Switches are lined. So, Norvegicus, let's get this unloaded. Alright, well, tanker, get into place, get into position. And with this, I want to see this number go to 0. I want to see it spontaneously drop from 12 to null. Yes! Oh, that feels so good. Why is it becoming nighttime again? I mean, not like I care, but The dopamine just kicked in. So did the sleep deprivation. Hi Clyde, welcome to the stream. We're not ending this, Clyde, until we get to the freight depot and unload our cars. Why can't I get on the train cars? Okay, there we go. Wanted to be on this side so I could see the switch, so that I could throw it. There is a dedicated, if not somewhat crazy player. Sleep deprivation is no joke. Then again, slap-happy friends who are sleep-deprived are often hilarious to be around. I mean, I'm not really sleep-deprived. I got a good 8 hours of sleep last night. And I've been getting good sleep the last few nights, too. I just say sleep-deprived because we've been going so long. And it's funny. We have to have a handbrake on. We have to, right? What else could explain this? No? Really? The train is just that heavy? Okay, yep, there's the handbrake. Called it. Knew it. I'm not going crazy. Okay, I am going crazy, just for different reasons. Alright, how far off are we? We have to load this dang thing twice. Oh gosh. Stir, you're not going crazy. You've already been there since Turian reset the timer. Alright, a little shove. Yeah, Clyde, Durian reset the timer like 3 times. Maybe even 4. She wasn't trying to, obviously. She's not smart enough to realize what the buttons did. She just laid down on them. Some might argue that I'm just a short drive from crazy. I don't think it's a short drive. I'm already there. Been there for many years. No. Oh, you've gotta be... Oh, no. Okay, well, I guess... My life, everybody. This is what it's come to. 22 years of learning, and I still can't figure out how to train. I missed something. What was the issue with the oil barrels? The caboose was up against the bumper when we loaded the first set of 5. We need to load 10 oil barrels, and there's 2 different docks to load at. And since the caboose was up against the bumper at the first one, we physically could not get to the second. And so I have to pull forward and back it up. And drop off the caboose and the boxcar for a little moment. It's just more steps, really? Why do I need more steps? I'm so close to victory. Who made these rules? Oh, wait. Alright, because I know this train will run away from me if I bonk into it too hard. Handbrake on. Well, we're going to put it on the caboose because it's easier to get on top of the caboose than it is on top of the boxcar. The joys of railroading at night. It makes you feel better. Your pains are entertained, but in a good way. That is why I am here. It is to entertain and suffer. Alright, back it up. Back it up. We're getting there. My older brother works at the UP, and he could easily tell you of pain and misery on the real railroads. I can imagine. I've heard a few tales here and there, because my father works at a train store, you know, a model train store. Okay, we're not making that. That'll do. The stories sound unbelievable and outrageous. Chances are they're true. There was a time where a new brakeman on the railroad placed his lantern on the ground to climb up on a boxcar. The head brakeman got mad at him and told him never to place his lantern on the ground. ... Well, now that those things are loaded, 10 oil barrels. Because picking it up could be mistaken for a highball signal. He then tossed it up to him. The fireman in the locomotive honestly thought the brakeman had flat jumped from the ground to the roof. That's funny. That sounds like a draw on roads. Alright, handbrake off. So, we have 4 more stops to make. Stop 1. We need to turn the train around and pick up our cordwood car. Stop 2. Fill up on iron ore at the iron mine. Stop 3. Smelter. Drop the cordwood, pick up the flat, get ourselves some rails and raw iron for the trip home. Stop 4. Freight depot. And if we do not have exactly, not exactly, but if we don't have at least $5,375, we are screwed. Wait, did I do the math wrong? Sorry. Apparently, it's $5,325. What? Huh? Where'd I get the 75 number from? Was it because I bought a certain smokestack on the engine? Let's figure this out. Okay, you there. We want smokestack 2 is $50. Okay, so it's because we bought the smokestack. Yep, $4,375, and we win. Am I sure the math checks out? No, I'm not, and we're going to figure it out together. Also, that's the wrong track again. You know, if I hadn't derailed so much, I wonder if I had gotten a slower engine and I hadn't derailed as much, would I have beaten the game faster? Because I know I would have. Things would have been a little bit easier if I had gone for a Cook Coal or a Cook Mogul instead of a Cook Consolidation, because, you know, the price is cheaper. But would the slower speed making me derail less, would that have saved me any, I wonder? This is a question for another stream. Considering that I've been streaming for 8 hours, this is a challenge I'm going to save for another millennium. If I hadn't derailed at all, I probably could have beaten the game last stream. Probably, that's what I'm thinking, is like, if I'd picked up something like a Cook Coal, possibly, but on the other hand, the extra speed made up for it. Yeah, but that's the question. Did the extra speed actually make up for it at all? If I beat the game without derailing, would it have worked? Well, I guess that's a question for somebody else to donate and convince me that I should spend my time poorly to figure out the answer to. honestly, I wouldn't be entirely opposed to the idea. Because then we just get a new locomotive and a different paint job, a new cook engine, and I like the cooks. They're beautiful. I mean, some of your derailments were at low speed, so you still would have had problems, I'm sure. Yeah, but, like, the main question here is some of the big derailments that killed me and broke everything. Those ones... excuse me. Those ones were because of speed issues. If I didn't have the speed issues and anywhere near as much as I did in this stream, would that have made things better, even if the train was slower? I mean, again, I guess if we really want to know, somebody can donate, and I'll do a streamathon 2 days in a row where I'll figure out the answer. Cook had some very pretty locomotives, not just for narrow gauge, but their standard gauge products as well. Exactly, and plus they're pretty decent engines in game, as long as you ignore the Ruby Basin. But that's because the Ruby Basin's BS. I guess I can do the challenge again with the Cook Mogul. Exactly, but I'm not doing that without donations for the streamathon, because I don't want to spend another 2 streams doing nearly 8 hours just to do this. They bought out America eventually and became part of Alco. Okay. Interesting, didn't know that. There was a dude at the train museum the other day who told us a lot about the steam locomotives there. Very clearly. Oh my god, really? You're right. Slower speed wouldn't fix much of anything, eh? Donk donk. Brakes. Apparently the Oregon, the 197, I think it was the Oregon Navigation Company, she's getting restored. I didn't know this. I didn't realize that they were trying to bring back to life the beautiful Pacific, but... I hate it when I'm right sometimes. You know what? I'm going to load this train and then we're going to drop one more save, because if I derail again, I'm just reloading. Rogers, Patterson, Schenectady, Patterson, and Richmond. You know, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Not gonna lie. Oop, hold on. We have 2 things to fix here. 1, we need lumber. That caboose is gonna beat me. One thing about Railroads Online, despite its faults, if you fail, you don't have to start over like in other simulators. Thank God. Switch, switch, switch. Throw. Oh man, I just realized the switch is probably set incorrectly, isn't it? Because we went around the Y. Yeah, I see that. Hold on. Can we land this? Yes, we can! Haha! It's always fun doing that in multiplayer because the preview just kills you. Or kills the train for clients. It's hilarious. I love it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus caboose plus engine. Bonk. Bonk. No lumber. 0 to 10. I mean, it's not like the lumber matters anyways. We can't use the lumber for anything relevant beyond this point. Nope, 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 nope. Bring it forward. Ever so slightly. And let's go make sure that the switch, bring it more. It's not good enough in my opinion. I got 5% brake on, and that's enough to slow the train to a crawl. Nice. Okay, bonk. And now I'm gonna go make sure that the switch over here is set correctly. It is. Okay, perfect. Teleport back. Now let's go over back to the train for one final run. And I have work in the morning, but we're so close to completion that I'm not a quitter. And honestly, I'm expecting that it's going to take another 40 minutes to complete. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. It depends on how fast this train can go without derailing. Yes. Overwrite. Back. Continue. Now then. We are not losing. We are the lost, but we are not lost. We are winners today. Because after all this... finally rest. 3608, 3608. We have enough. We got this in the bag. We got this in the bag. The math checks out. Let's just hope that boxcar doesn't decide to bin it. I'll be more careful on the downhill segments, but on the uphill, I'm going full blast. Because I think it derailed because we were on the downhill. I hope it derailed because we were on the downhill. Now, what will I do? I'll still do the plans anyways. Oh no, that's a decent screenshot. I'm happy with how that turned out. I am going to have to spam these on the Discord, and I'm going to spam them in a community post here on YouTube. I will derail when darkness falls again, just to be even more of a pain in the butt. Take another screenshot. That's a good one. I like that screenshot a lot. Nice. That's another good one. Man, we're just getting so many good screenshots today. How's that boxcar looking? It's still intact. Let's go. This game is very cinematic, agreed. It's a beautiful game, it's stunning. And also, it doesn't let many people play it because of how bad their computers are, but that's okay. We forgot to remove that telegraph office. It's gonna be a part of the scenery now. Forever. When do you think they'll add more buildings? More scenery would be nice. Mixing the different trees would also be good. I don't know when they're going to add more buildings. I hope they add like a little yard office or something, but... Trees? Come on now. They're not all evergreens. And I get that there are definitely big swatches of one type of tree, but like, birch trees are in the game. We know this. We saw them. Why can't we have a couple of them here and there, scattered throughout to make the forest feel diverse? Okay, it is time to stop running at full speed. Also, less the people's computers are bad and more that Qmei's code is bad. Do we really know the code is bad, though? And besides, it's not only Qmei. Everybody blames him for everything and just brushes it off like, oh, this should be easy, this should be done. Programming a game ain't easy. It's not a cakewalk. Especially a 3D one like this. And there's definitely flaws that need to be fixed, but I feel like everybody's too hard on Qmei personally. Alright, iron mine, here we come. It's gonna be really funny dropping off all of the beams at the iron mine, just to make the money. There's no lumber, we're not making any iron ore, we're just dropping it off. At least they're working on the game and making changes. For all the faults, it hasn't been abandoned. Exactly. It's not like Railroad, where the developers have actively undermined what made the game fun to begin with. Well, I guess that's true. The tree rendering is kind of interesting, because the way the game renders trees is it doesn't, instead of planting the trees based on how many trees there are, it instead figures out how many trees there aren't. Subtractive mapping. So adding in more tree types might make it a little confusing, but that wouldn't be too hard. I know I just said, oh, don't, programming a game is hard, but I figured that shouldn't be impossible. I can understand the logic behind how that would work, unless there's some like really nasty hitch in the ride somewhere. But of course, I'm not the developer, so who knows? Oh, we're not gonna make it underneath. We're not gonna spot that hopper perfectly on the first try. We're gonna have to back it up a little bit. Doesn't matter if I count this poorly or not. Nine, 10. I still count it anyways because I like counting. Alright, unloading. We're getting closer. How much money do we have? Let me turn up the regulator and then let's figure that out. $3,824. Did I bonk the microphone? I think I just bonked the microphone. I'm sorry. Don't mean to do that. I wish with this update you could also change the season as well. Please, let the snow actually make it look like the ground is snowy. Doesn't the snowplow give you a small speed boost? Like a 10% speed boost from what I hear? Kinda want to test that with like a Tweetsy. See how fast it goes. Oh, that was really bad. It does. I used it on the Eureka and I got a 1.5 or so mph speed boost. That's not bad. Haven't tried it on a faster engines yet. Man, could you imagine putting that on like a Tweetsy? Lord almighty. Like, hold on, what's a 10... You get 3 extra miles an hour? Tyson Khan did a test. I haven't watched them in forever, admittedly. It's kind of hard when you do content on a game to watch people who also do content on a game, you know? It's a little tricky. They put it on a Tweetsy going downhill. Boxcar is still on the train. Yes! They were on a curved bridge and the whole train went down like dominoes. Oh, I think I've seen the thumbnail for that video. There's a steel trestle. It's just... what was it? Heiss's video where he's just looking down. Alright, we have arrived. So there's 2 things we need to do here at the smelter. 1, cordwood, unload. 2, flats, stake flats, load rails, raw iron. I can power brake this and push it back a little bit. Actually, hold on. Right, this was not set. Good thing I checked, because otherwise I would forget to do. So... back it up. And brakes on full. I know you do it to irritate people, but I'm sure your locomotives have square drivers right now. I don't do it to irritate people, I just do it because it's easy. Because I do wish that the trains wouldn't just flat spot the wheels every time you hit the brakes at full, but oh well. He's trying to make a Canadian train so he can go Canuck down the tracks. Donk. Unpin. Hit that. Hit the brakes. Just so it doesn't roll away on us. Now let's go get that flat car real quick. I left, recorded a video of Railroads Online, and came back. How close are we to completion? We're pretty close. We're on the last trip. Right now we're just grabbing an extra car, and then our train is set in stone for the rest of the run. And we're all just gonna unload at the freight depot. Have I seen what's involved with changing the tires on a steam locomotive? I haven't. I know that you have to change them, but I just haven't actually seen the process for that. I didn't hit the brakes that hard? Why'd it come to a stop? 1% brake. Stopped the entire train. Are you kidding me? Donk. Handbrake off. I have to be hungry. Yes, I am hungry, but we're finishing the stream and then we're questioning food. That is the plan. Brakes on full. Throw the switch. Link it pin. Shove it back. Maybe train Durian to retrieve snacks from the kitchen. I mean, I have food here. I just don't like eating it on stream. I don't like the crunch. Some people do, but I'm not a fan. Donk. There's no handbrakes on this. Oh, there are handbrakes on this. Never mind. The tires have to be heated up with a special torch called a ring of fire to get them to expand enough to be pried off with the wheel off of the wheel center. Dang, that's cool. That's fun. You also need the ring of fire to put it back on. I mean, that makes sense. Because you gotta have, if you gotta expand it to take it off, you gotta expand it to put it on, right? So. Last 3 loads. Then we go to the freight depot, and we're done with this godforsaken challenge. The problem is spotting these 3 loads, because of course the darkness decides to show up right as I'm trying to line up the final move. Oh, Lord Almighty, I cannot see a thing. Oh, we've overshot, for sure. Way too much. Him and the dog are actually starting to tolerate each other. Please don't bend the train. You'll never financially recover from it happening. I'll never emotionally recover from it happening. Spotted. A little too far. Not even remotely spotted. Yep, we have to back this up. Or we can just load these 2 and then load the other later. Now, I should check the Discord again. Also, what's my PC temperature sitting at? The usual. Alright. Thank the universe for things expanding when they get hot. So many things would be absolutely impossible without basic thermodynamics. The derail count for the stream needs an account to keep the numbers. It's in a 5 of 10. So these cars are going to have 9 per car each. 9 per car each. I know how to words. Yep, 9 per car. That's probably enough, I hope, I think, maybe. That's too much. Gosh dang it. Push back a little bit and it'll be good though, so whatever. It works. Welcome back, Speed. That's still a little too close for my liking. I'd say make a drinking game for every derailment in this challenge, but then everyone's liver would run away. If we tried that game, we'd have to dub ourselves cirrhosis of liver. Yeah, get food. Food is important. I say, refusing to eat. Alright, last run. This is it. And if we fail this, that's gonna be very sad. Onward to probably victory. I can do the math, actually. Let's figure it out. I'm not going to tell you guys if it's going to work. I'm just going to go ahead and do the math. Save. Fine, I'll save. One last save before we reach the end. Watch it be $1 short. No, not like this. Oh, that would hurt so much. Floor it, grab a single lumber, and go right back. I would just give up. I would throw in the towel. I would accept my defeat. Especially because my defeat includes, the turntable there doesn't work. In fact, no turntables work, and there's no way to reverse the train when we go to the freight depot. This is the last shot, the last chance, the only chance to complete this. If we don't do it now, we lose. And we've been going for almost 9 hours. 9? What? Holy cow. Oh my lord. That's a lot of time. Only 9 hours, those are rookie numbers that boost them up. I'm not boosting them up without donations to compensate. Wasn't the last record 7 hours? It was 6 hours, 40 minutes. We're currently looking at 8 hours, 50. We still have our boxcar. We still have our boxcar. Where's the cat cam? Durian has not been in a position where I can get a recording of her for a couple of hours now. I need to figure out how to set things up differently and better, but we'll work on that. I guess you could sell your rolling stock to make up the difference. I can't because there's no rule for selling rolling stock, and I'm not adding one in because that seems unfair to say, like, oh yes, I'm gonna give myself a free pass at the end of this all. Ten minutes till the 9-hour mark. And I have a small problem. Yes! Ho ho ho! Oh, I was afraid that was gonna get me, but no! Not today! Lucky save. That was so close. Skin of my teeth. Because if I didn't save it there, I was going to be bound into the spawn yard, which is not enough space to stop. And, if power braking would derail the train because the curves are too sharp. So, if I didn't hit that, we would have been screwed. And I would have had to reload the save. Boxcar and caboose are still on the train. Am I happy I saved now? I mean, I didn't derail. I'm fine. I am happy I saved. Because, you know, it's important to make sure you don't lose all your progress due to one mistake. And so having extra backup copies, or making sure you're saving at safe points is, it's a good idea. Even if you don't need it, the one time you do need it, you will be happy with yourself for doing so. This one maneuver will cost us 7 years. 28.3 seconds starting now. Challenge accepted. You can make a rule that you sell the rolling stock for a quarter of its worth. Derailment and all considered? No, I'm not gonna do that for now. I could make that rule for future playthroughs, but not for this one. For this one, it's all or nothing. If we don't make it here, we're dead. Any plans for recording another episode of the Pegger playthrough? Usually we just record them sporadically. I might record one this week and upload it this weekend, and then I'll upload the highlight reel for this stream next week after that. So we'll see. We'll see. This is the super sharp curve that indicates the final grade begins. Because after this corner there is a bridge. Right here. I cannot see the back. I didn't mean to swim my camera around so much. I cannot see the boxcar. I can't see the back of my train, but I have faith. I believe. Because that boxcar has failed me too many times, and we're on an uphill. It always failed me on a downhill, not an uphill. I have faith. I have conviction. Why is it raining? You're not supposed to be depressed, game. We're winning. That is hilarious. Okay, we can see the back of the train. Can we see the back of the train? We can. The boxcar is still there. Alright, break time. This is it. Judgment Day. The game has been going for this so long that even it's depressed at this point. I'm not telling you how much money I have. I know the answer. And I already know if we're going to make or break this save. I already know the results. And I'm not telling you. Bring her to a halt. How much money do I need? $5,375. That is the requirement. Break on full. Thank you, Norvegicus, for your service. And it begins. Every single last car. I'm not supposed to show that. I need to wait until all the cars are emptied. Now it's down to you. Number 9. Can I open the door, please? Thank you. Gordon, it's been 9 hours. And with that, in How much cash do we need to end it with? $5,375 minimum. And in 3, 2, 1. That's a higher number than I expected. I knew we were going to succeed. I knew we were going to clear it, but where did we get the extra $400? Hello? Oh, oil barrels. Right. I forgot to count those in my calculation. But with that, we've done it. Norvegicus number 19. My sweetheart, my dear, with the clown car on the back with the marker lights. You have done us proud. 2 streams. In total, probably around, I want to say, what would that be? Nearly 18 hours? No, it wouldn't be 18 hours. It's 9 plus... nearly 16 hours. Nearly 16 hours of this stream. But we did it. We repaid the loan. We bought all the cars we need. We ran oil barrels to the freight depot. This has been such an experience, and I really do need to eat. It is so late, but with that, thank you all for joining me on this amazing little journey. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope to see you the next time around. Cheers, folks.